Thank you so much. But for me, it's good. No problem.
Did you test this?
No, I didn't.
Let's test it. Hold on one second.
Okay.
Can I speak behind you? I'm so sorry.
No problem. Okay, and if you want to test it yourself.
Testing.
Works. Oh, I'm sorry.
And she just told me that she's not going to use the PowerPoint. But for me, it was good because I'm getting this, just going over the terminology. So do you have events here every day? All kinds
We have a lot of
all
events.
countries and everything?
Yeah, this is our third Brazil investment conference. But we do cover a lot of countries here. We try and get like the thought leaders of individual countries to
So this is affiliated to the city or to the government in some way?
somewhat. So we're a nonprofit think tank. So we like write policy papers and hold lectures that go to the government.
Also, basically, it's a non-profit.
Vamos pôr o pé no chão.
No problem. Nice to meet you. Okay, she was gonna test the microphone. I think she's gonna. Wait.
We have international Polish, Serbian, Russian.
Alô?
So you're not going to hear anything until they're speaking into the microphone?
But do you think they will be able to hear me?
You can go ahead and try.
Alô?
Loud and clear.
You heard
I
me?
can hear you, yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep, so we tested all of these, so you...
Because I don't hear you.
Right, and you won't hear me.
No, I mean I will hear them.
Yeah, you'll hear
I
them
hear
through the
just a lot of
microphone.
background noise.
Yeah, it's just being picked up by the podium microphone.
Okay.
And then whatever you say into that microphone is coming through on the
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so it's all good. Thank you. Sorry. Options. or so.
If everyone could please take their seats. We'd like to get started, so please take your seats. Looks like there's a few seats right up here in the front as well. Good afternoon. Welcome to our third annual Brazil Investment Conference. I'm Lynda. I'm the publisher of the magazine. I'm sure that many of you have heard the old joke, and by now a cliche, that Brazil is the country of the future and always will be. In the last 10 years, that joke is turned into a promise being fulfilled. Brazil is an energy and agricultural superpower. It's put forth a new and assertive diplomatic agenda, and of course developed a surging middle class. The Brazil of the future is here. It's actually here in this room right now. So I'm thrilled to start this exceptional program of speakers. We have with us pioneers in business, pioneers in government to discuss Brazil's unique challenges and advantages. And we have you, an audience of discerning investors, academic experts, analysts. Welcome. And just a couple of housekeeping notes. Please put your phones on vibrate or silence them. To listen to simultaneous interpretation from Portuguese into English, you can use the headsets in the baskets on your table, and there's a little dial for the volume on them to turn them on. If you have any trouble, raise your hand. There's a couple people in the room who could help you. And I welcome the audience to participate when we have question and answer sessions later in the afternoon. If you are called on, please stand, wait for the microphone, and state your name and affiliation. And without further ado, it is my distinct honor to introduce our keynote speaker to open the conference. As you know, Fernando Damata Pimentel is Brazil's Minister of Development, Industry, and Foreign Trade, and a co-founder and prominent leader of the Workers' Party. His career in public service has been a remarkable journey from persecution, imprisonment decades ago by the military regime he opposed, to advanced scholarly pursuits as a student and leading professor, to becoming an exceptionally popular mayor and now minister since 2011, when he was appointed by President Dilma Rousseff. We are honored that he has joined us today to give valuable perspective on Brazil's current state, role in the world, and potential for growth and development. Minister Pimentel.
Boa tarde a todos. Good afternoon. And I prefer speaking Portuguese because my English is not fluent. So,
O ministro Pimentel vai falar em português.
agradecer aos organizadores desse evento o convite para falar para todos os senhores e as senhoras aqui. Agradecer e saudar com muito carinho o professor Albert Fishlow.
He is thanking Professor Fisher,
E destacar o importante papel que o professor Fishlow tem
and he wants to talk about the very important paper role that Professor Fisher has in analyzing the Brazilian society. So he is very thankful for Professor Fisher's contribution to Brazil. He salutes his Brazilian colleagues here, Congressman MAIA, and all the other ones who are going to be speaking today. So Congressman MAIA, and other Brazilian representatives who are here. Dear, he is going to speak, he thought of speaking a different way, different from what you usually are used to. He believes that it's the point now that we should think in Brazil about a long-term view. Brazil is going towards the future, offering opportunities in ports, highways, at a level that has never been done previously. There are lots of opportunities for investments in Brazil. So it's normal for people, the investors, to think about what's going to happen in the next 20 or 30 years, to make predictions. But it's very difficult to foresee the future. Nobody has ever been able to predict the future. Maybe a crystal ball. We don't have an instrument for that. The only way of trying to predict what's going to happen is look back on the previous 25 years and try to foresee what's going to happen in the future in the Brazilian society. So, in the past 25 years, Brazil has had three very important moments. And these moments have brought Brazil to the point where it is now. And these three moments have something in common. In the first moment, the Brazilian society in the 60s and 70s created a very strong foundation in the direction of a democratic society, because Brazil needed to get out of the military dictatorship. So this was accomplished in the beginning of the 80s. This was a long process. Brazil was under military dictatorship for 20 years. And the success of this transformation happened due to several types of forces. But the movement was only successful because the whole Brazilian society wanted that to happen. So we believe that the Brazilian society, as well as all other societies, advances when there is a political consensus. So Brazil went from a military dictatorship to a democratic country in a peaceful way. With all the people involved in this process. I would like to mention that even though I belong to the movement that resisted to the dictatorship, but President Sarney was also had a very important role in this process, even though he was connected to the dictatorship. If it weren't for President Sarney, the transition might have been more difficult. So President Sarney successfully made the transition between the dictatorship and the democracy. Brazil is a heterogeneous society with different forces, but when there is a consensus, Brazil moves forward in a peaceful way. The second very important moment was during the 80s and the 90s, during 15 to 18 years, when Brazil had a very unstable economic situation, high unemployment rates, high social unrest. So during those 15 years, the process was very painful, and workers had a lot of losses. But Brazil came to the second very important consensus. So the first one was the democratic consensus, but the second one, as important as the first one, was the monetary stabilization consensus. So these two consensus are values for the Brazilian society. So Brazil has stabilized its currency with the real plan. And I like to give an example of the 6 months prior to the monetary stabilization, when Brazil lived with the virtual currency.
Toda a sua população, do mais alto empresário até o mais humilde trabalhador, conviveu com uma moeda que não era uma moeda.
During 6 months, Brazil had a currency that was not a currency. It was a reference currency, RV. The only reason why this happened is that the Brazilian society knew that it was necessary to have this economic tool, which was so complex that it's very difficult to explain to people nowadays. I cannot explain to my children how that happened. The currency changed its value on a daily basis. So for people who have never lived under an inflationary regime, it's very difficult to understand how this could happen. But we were able to come to a consensus that the monetary stabilization was necessary, and we had to balance the budget. So this is a basic value for Brazilians nowadays. So I always mention this also because my party, which is the Workers' Party, was against the Real Plan in the beginning, but years later, when we became the government under President Lula, we changed our position. And we have embraced this consensus. So our party totally embraces the monetary stabilization policies. The third consensus, which is also very important as the previous two, so first, we created a big democracy. So the Brazilian democracy can be compared to the American democracy. After that, we became a very strong economy. Foreign debt has been stabilized and renegotiated. So we are an economic power. 5th or 6th biggest economy in the world. And then after that, when President Lula was elected, Brazil started developing the inclusive growth consensus as the basis for the social development. The Brazilian people have agreed that it's not possible to continue developing without social development. And this happened because with the election of President Lula and now with President Dilma. The public policies of social inclusion have become one of the axes of the Brazilian development. Brazil has nowadays middle class that is called the C class, which is composed of 105 million people. And Brazil is one of the biggest markets of all products in the world, such as cosmetics, like the beautiful ladies here. Brazil has a big market for cars, and I could spend the whole afternoon talking about the products that Brazilians consume. And we've come to this point through the three consensus that I have mentioned: democracy, monetary stabilization, and inclusive growth. So Brazil wants to decrease social inequality. Why am I mentioning these three consensus? Because I believe we are almost creating a fourth consensus, which has already started, and it can be seen in certain areas of the Brazilian economy. This new movement has less to do with the government than with the people. So I was under arrest during my youth for 3 years because I was fighting the military dictatorship, but it was not because of this that Brazil has changed. Brazil has changed because of the people. So the Brazilian people believed that we had to put an end to inflation. And it was not only President Lula who was able to put Brazil in this position that we have nowadays of development and social development. So the Brazilian people have supported the policies of President Lula and Dilma. So Brazil is rapidly becoming a middle-class society. So now Brazil, the next consensus is the Brazilian competitiveness, world competitiveness. The government has decided to face the logistics challenge. So that's why we are offering concessions on ports, highways, airports. So we would like this process to be faster, but of course it's a Republican society, so we had things that delayed the process. So we are trying to reduce taxes, even though there has been some criticism, but it was necessary to reduce the tax component in Brazil to make it viable for people to invest in Brazil. We are also investing in education because this is one of the bottlenecks in Brazil. We need we offer lots of scholarships abroad. In 2 years, we'll be offering 100,000 scholarships for Brazilians to study abroad. We are improving also the trade and technical institutions, so that in order to have better manpower. So 75% of the oil royalties are now destined to education. We thought it would be difficult to have this approved, but the Brazilian House of Representatives has agreed. So 75% of the royalties go to education. All of this leads me to think that Brazil is beginning to create the fourth consensus, which is world's competitiveness. We are trying to solve our deficiencies in transportation, infrastructure, and we have to get to the level of the developed countries. And this wouldn't happen if we don't have the help of the countries that are Brazilians, friends, and the people who invest in Brazil. Oh, I don't want to tire you with numbers or details, because we are going to have a discussion with Professor Fishlow. So I would like to conclude that the process is not homogeneous. It's not an equal process. Some sectors move faster and some move at a slower pace. We don't have a recipe to do what has never been done in the Brazilian history. No government in Brazil has ever done what we are doing now. So many investment opportunities in the public sector. So we might make mistakes, but the Brazilian government really wants to do it right. So we have been able to auction the Libra field, which was the biggest Brazilian oil field. We also gave concessions to 2 major Brazilian airports. And there are 5 or 6 private groups who are going to participate in an auction of 5 Brazilian major highways. So things are happening, maybe not as fast as we would like, but this is part of the process in a society that we want to continue to be democratic and Republican. So sometimes the judiciary power makes us stop our efforts, but so we have to be patient. So what I would like to tell you that in the last 25 years, Brazil has shown the world that we have a great capacity of transformation, and the Brazilian society has built this process. So there is nothing that makes us believe that this is not going to continue. we are confident that everyone who arrives in Brazil to be part of this process at this moment will be welcomed. And now we are going to listen to Professor Fishlow.
Muito bem, muito bem. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure, of course, to be here and to listen to the speech by Minister Pimentel, which gives a very good idea of what has happened over the last 25 years in the case of Brazil. He failed to mention only one thing, which I was a little surprised by. He did not indicate that Brazil was about to win the World Cup. But we can pass on that. You've indicated, I think, a central characteristic that Brazil requires in the future, and that any government at the federal level as well as the state levels will have to deal with, which is an ability to make public-private activity much more a normal part of the Brazilian scene. Brazil now has an investment rate which is only about 19%, and clearly needs an investment rate, given all the investment in infrastructure, that comes up closer to 25% and has to grow over time. How do you see the possibility of generating more savings within Brazil? Brazil cannot rely upon foreign savings to come rescue it. Brazil cannot rely upon a deficit in the balance of payments of 6 or 7%. How can Brazil get its domestic savings?
Essa é uma importante questão.
Sua poupança doméstica.
Aumentar.
This is a very important question. We need to increase domestic savings, and we need to increase the foreign investment in Brazil.
Professor Fishlow, que eu diria que é como é que eu diria assim, desafio da competitividade.
So this is part of the competitivity challenge. How are we going to be competitive? So there are several things that we need to do. We have to overcome several bottlenecks. And one of them is what you just mentioned, increased domestic savings. So one of the ways that we are doing this, we are trying to gather private investment. And we are also giving private banks more room. Some of the private banks think that Brazilian public banks have taken too much of the investment. But this has happened because the private banks haven't been performing this role. So at this point, we need to decrease the participation of the federal banks and increase the participation of the private banks.
Isso não vai ter maior impacto no crescimento econômico, porque as concessões estão entrando no lugar com dinheiro.
So this is not going to impact the economical situation because the concessions are coming in the place of the investments.
Aumentar a taxa de poupança na sociedade brasileira e é preciso fazer o investimento privado fluir.
So we need to increase domestic savings, but we also need to make private investments flow in a better way.
Passos nessa direção estão sendo dados.
So this is not going to happen miraculously, but it's happening. And it's going to happen in the next few years.
Let me follow up with another question.
Vou continuar
that,
agora com uma outra pergunta.
Is clearly part of the Brazilian reality, which is that the pension system has operated in such a way that Brazil has a much higher level of pensions for the older population, and at the same time, there are still many needs for education for the younger population. And there have been proposals within the Congress and by the President to raise the proportion of national income spent for education, as we know, and for health. But you can't spend more and more and more because it's not there. And so the real question becomes, how are we going to be able to deal with this pension problem that the government has inherited?
Herdou.
Veja bem, professor Fishlow, eu acho que a questão que o senhor coloca é uma questão grave em todas as sociedades maduras.
This is a very serious problem that all mature societies have. And Brazil is becoming a mature society. So we still have a good number of young people, but we are reaching the level of the mature societies. So we still have more people working than older people, but this is decreasing, and we are going to get to the situation of the European countries very soon. We haven't solved this problem, and no country has found a solution yet for this, the problem of the increasing number of older people. In the short term, Professor Fishlow is talking about two different things. Education, we have to make a leap, and we have to invest a lot in education because President Dilma has been saying that this is a priority in Brazil. And President Lula had started to put an emphasis on education, but President Dilma has put more of an effort on this. So we are still on the demographic bonus, but we are investing heavily on education. On the other hand, in order to solve the problem, the pension problem, so we would like to say that the Brazilian pension system doesn't have a deficit What has a deficit is the
Há que se reduzir
public employees
esse
pension
déficit da
plan.
previdência pública. Essa é uma questão difícil, porque
So
impõe rever
this is
direitos
difficult to do
adquiridos, conquistados.
because people have rights that they have
Desafios que o
earned,
nosso Congresso vai ter que
and this is a
enfrentar.
challenge for our Congress.
Vai ter que nos ajudar nesse momento. Mas o importante,
And the
professor,
Congress will have to help us.
pequena digressão, é que essas questões todas, nenhuma delas está sendo minimizada.
All these
Todas elas
questions
estão muito
are
presentes
are very
nos partidos
present
políticos,
and are not being undervalued.
que vão ser personagens, por exemplo,
All
da
the
sucessão
political parties
presidencial no ano que vem,
are involved in these discussions. No one is going to run away from these topics.
recuar os últimos 25 anos para dizer que nós acertamos mais do que erramos.
So I would like to go back 25 years and say that we have done
Vai enfrentar esses
more good things than bad things in the past 25
Let
years.
me ask a third question before we move on, and I'll take questions clearly from the audience as well. The third question relates to the ability of the government to keep consumption from going up so rapidly. We've seen the rise of the new lower middle class, which is an extraordinary and quite positive phenomenon in the case of Brazil, and is clearly responsible for some of the gains that have occurred in the distribution of income, which are very important and positive. The other side of that coin, however, is in recent years, consumption growth has risen on a regular basis much more rapidly. How can we persuade the Brazilian citizen of the need to commit savings so that there can be the necessary investment, so that the economy can grow more rapidly, so that everyone at the end of the day benefits more?
Beneficiar.
O professor só coloca questões difíceis.
Professor Fishlow only poses difficult questions.
Todos conhecemos a história econômica dos países desenvolvidos.
But all of us who know the history of the developing countries, developed countries,
Ela tende a se estabilizar, mudar.
so we know that the consumption curve tends to stabilize at a certain point and even go down.
Não chegamos a esse ponto ainda.
So
Vamos ter alguns anos.
I think Brazil is still
Esse processo de
increasing the consumption rate.
primeira geração
So we are in the first generation of the new C class.
nos 10 anos.
This has happened in the past 10 years.
Ainda não é o momento de nós imaginarmos que vai haver uma
So we still don't believe that the consumption rate is going to start declining right now.
problema. Eu até
This is not necessarily a problem.
expansão
I believe the market is expanding.
em expansão numa sociedade, numa economia que oferece condições
So,
estáveis, condições
so having an expanding market in an economy that offers stable rules is an advantage.
para o governo, isso implica
Of course, for the government,
adicional.
it means another duty,
Uma taxa de
which is to stabilize consumption with inflation, with low inflation.
Esse é o desafio do governo. Mas eu acredito
So this is the government's challenge.
que o povo brasileiro não
But I believe that the Brazilian people
entenderia nenhuma política nesse momento,
wouldn't accept any policy
esses sacrifícios ao seu padrão de
that would make them sacrifice their consumption power, because this is something new for them.
Europa. Isso tem algum sentido. Você estabiliza o consumo, em algum caso.
So maybe in Europe this
O consumidor
is
que abre mão da parte
possible
dele para recuperar a economia e voltar a
for
ter
the
crescimento.
consumer in
Não é o
Europe,
nosso caso.
maybe
Nós
to
estamos
help
longe
the economy,
disso.
but we are not at this
Conseguimos,
point.
O Brasil talvez tenha sido o único país do mundo que nesse período recente conseguiu atravessar a crise
So Brazil
internacional
maybe has
sem
been
entrar em
the
recessão.
only
O crescimento
country that has faced the international crisis without getting into a recession and without increasing unemployment. On the contrary, we have reduced our unemployment rate.
Isso dá uma sensação de conforto para
So this makes us feel very comfortable,
inestimável, ativo.
and the population in Brazil feels very comfortable.
Nós vamos ter que fazer esforço para conviver ainda com a taxa de
So
crescimento
I believe we will have to make an effort
em ascensão
to
e enfrentar o desafio de, ao mesmo
to
tempo, trazer
live
investimento
with
para o país,
this high investment
para que esse
consumption
consumo não
rate,
se torne
but also bring more investments in order for this consumption not to
I should
become
also add, of
detrimental.
course, that Brazil is not the only economy in the world with problems of excess consumption. The United States turns out to be
Não é
exactly in the same situation, and sometimes our political situation is less promising than Brazil's. Let me open the floor, if I may, to questions. Paulo. Yes, it's coming. Pode cantar.
It's a new requirement. I would like to address my minister in Portuguese. So, ministro, o senhor menciona, e muito apropriadamente, que estamos entrando numa fase de um novo consenso da competitividade. Esse consenso é inseparável para ele realmente se formar de outra coisa chamada abertura econômica. Não há economias competitivas que sejam fechadas. Mesmo aquelas que são politicamente fechadas, como a da China, são economicamente abertas e competitivas. Eu queria saber, em primeiro lugar, como o senhor vê essa questão, esse debate. Segundo, como um político que se o senhor vê que os políticos, os nossos líderes, aí eu me refiro aos que estão no governo, aos que estão na oposição, terão a coragem política de, neste período eleitoral à frente, dirigir-se honestamente ao povo brasileiro e debater esta questão da necessidade de nos tornarmos mais competitivos, que passa pela maior abertura da economia brasileira.
Olha, Paulo, eu acho que sim.
Think yes.
Não estou fazendo nenhum exercício de otimismo, não.
And I'm not being optimistic.
Nós estamos vivendo momento em que a sociedade começa a empurrar para essa
I think the Brazilian society is pushing forward towards
posição que a própria sociedade já está tendo, né, recentemente.
the opening the society, because the society already wants this.
Vou mostrar isso.
I'll give you an example.
Eu não sei se vocês acompanharam, certamente o Paulo acompanhou, nós sofremos uma forte oposição
So
dos sindicatos, dos petroleiros.
there was greatest opposition against the auctioning the Libra field. The union of the oil workers, Petrobras workers, didn't want this auction to happen because they thought Brazil was opening too much to the foreign investment. However, it happened. people were protesting, but it
A
happened.
abertura que você menciona, eu sou totalmente solidário com você. Eu acho que o país tem que abrir mais a
So
sua economia.
I believe that Brazil has to open its economy
Vista do investimento.
to foreign
Ele é
investment.
mais aberta, por exemplo, que a China.
We are more open than China. We are more open to foreign investment. But the commercial and trade opening has lots of tariffs, more than the average in the developed countries. So we are trying to improve this.
O professor Fishlow certamente também. Nós agora, em dezembro, vamos apresentar uma
So in December, we are going to make an offer to the European community
houve uma resistência
to create an agreement with them.
então tem que ser Brasil,
So this offer is from Mercosur,
resistência da Argentina,
and Argentina didn't really want to make this offer, but Brazil and Mercosur are going to make this offer to the European community.
Argentina, eu inclusive estou saindo aqui hoje para lá, para Buenos Aires,
So, and we are
e
Co-
há
in negotiations with Argentina, so I'm going to be in Argentina tomorrow.
há esforço dos argentinos em acompanhar o Brasil
So
nessa
the
negociação.
Argentinians are trying to
Na nossa oferta comercial. Então,
follow Brazil in this offer.
2014 com a negociação para um futuro acordo com a União Europeia.
So we will start 2014 with an agreement with the European community. So this is something new, because Brazil has a tradition of being a closed economy. I could give other examples of openings that are not only related to trade, but also the law related to the ports and harbors. So there was one opening in the 19th century,
Conseguiu aprovar uma lei no Congresso dizendo que os portos podem ser agora administrados
and now for the first time there has been a law that was approved by the Congress that says that the ports can be managed by private investment. So now that we have a great potential in this area, and there have been several proposals of private investment.
Não quero chamar atenção para nenhum deles em particular. Não vão decepcionar
So I believe that all the Brazilian parties,
nós vamos dar os passos
including the ones that oppose the Workers' Party, want to open the Brazilian economy.
Yes.
Robert Laidley and Associates. Sir, what is the present status of the export of ethanol to the United States?
Ethanol.
de exportação para os Estados Unidos.
Qual é a posição de exportação de etanol para os Estados Unidos?
Eu não vejo, não sei se tem algum empecilho maior nos Estados Unidos.
I don't think the U.S. has anything.
Havia a possibilidade de importação maior, porque havia uma limitação que não existe mais. Então,
so Brazil exports
certo,
ethanol
mas
to the U.S.
A exportação ainda está limitada.
Sim, é o que eu sei, não foi alterado.
So nothing has changed in this area.
Está importando porque necessita dentro do Brasil, mas
Yeah, Brazil
Possa ser a dificuldade. Nós
has been importing.
quase toda a sua produção de etanol internamente.
Brazil has been consuming most of its production, so we are not exporting ethanol to the U.S. Sometimes we are even importing ethanol from the U.S. because the consumption of ethanol in Brazil has increased a lot in the past few years because the automobile industry has produced many more cars lately.
Sua capacidade de caixa, ela foi muito sacrificada nesses últimos 2 anos. Isso vai se estabilizar a partir do ano que vem.
But this is going to stabilize next year.
Sir.
And there was a deficit in the economic budget.
David Trebek, University of Wisconsin and Harvard Law School. One of the major elements of competitiveness in an open economy is innovation. Do you think the government is doing enough to stimulate and encourage and support innovation? For example, people criticize BNDES for spending most of its money on established industries and doing relatively little for startups, small and medium industries, and encouraging innovation. Could they do more? Are there other things the government should be doing?
Essa é uma pergunta importante que eu devia ter mencionado aqui entre
This is a very important question, and I should have spoken about this before.
disso que eu chamei de quarto consenso.
But this is involved in the fourth consensus.
Esclarecer isso. Nós colocamos o ano passado, no final do ano passado, mas tomou um pouco mesmo esse ano no Brasil, um programa em andamento.
Last year,
Inova Empresa.
we started a program that is called Inova Empresa,
Significativo de financiamentos e subsídios,
which is a package of financing and investment for investment in innovation.
quase 15 bilhões de dólares,
It's $15 billion
que já foram, o programa já está completo, eles já foram
that have already been used
milhares de projetos
in
inovadores,
several
com
projects
grande ênfase para pequenas e médias empresas.
for small businesses.
Esse programa com quase
And
metade
BNDES participate in this program with half of the money.
e além do BNDES, a FINEP,
FERNANDEZ.
And besides
que o senhor conhece,
BNDES,
e os
FINEP,
institutos de
and other institutes
financiamento à pesquisa estaduais. Então foi um
related to the, state governments.
de financiadores estatais, públicos,
So it was a pool
mobilizamos capital nessa
of
direção,
state and federal investment to help small
milhares de
business.
projetos. Eu acredito que isso vai resultar. Como esse é um programa permanente,
This is a permanent program,
no ano que vem outra vez
and
vai
it
captar
will be open
mais
next year
projetos.
again.
Eu acredito que isso está gerando uma dinâmica
And I believe that this
da agora em diante muito rica para
is going to help innovation.
No caso do etanol, por exemplo, eu sei que tem programas.
I know that in terms of ethanol, there are several very interesting projects, and cellulose, ethanol made from cellulose,
Inclusive empresas norte-americanas.
and some American companies
Inova Empresa,
are participating in this project
laboratórios de pesquisa.
and are taking research labs to Brazil, benefiting from this financing.
Então, acho que nós estamos num bom caminho também.
So I think we are on the right path.
Depender dos resultados econômicos. Vai ter que aparecer resultados.
Of course, all of this will depend on economic results,
Eu não vejo também dificuldade.
but I think
Tem uma ferramenta poderosa que é essa.
we have a wonderful tool, which is Inova.
Good afternoon, Minister, Professor. My name is Bruna. I'm a Columbia student in public administration. I'm Brazilian, so I will address the minister in Portuguese. Ministro, eu sou uma grande admiradora do seu trabalho desde a Prefeitura de Belo Horizonte, em que o senhor implementou um grande número de iniciativas inovadoras em administração pública, como o orçamento participativo. Eu gostaria de que o senhor comentasse o que tem sido feito a nível federal em direção a um governo mais transparente, accountability, e também no desenvolvimento de formas inovativas de trabalhar com o setor privado, como parcerias, etc. Obrigada.
Bruna, agradeço
So thank you very much for your question. So I can talk a little bit about this. When I was the mayor of Belo Horizonte,
ousei avançar pouco nessa área. O orçamento participativo.
I created the participative budget
Consulta as comunidades a respeito
when we consult the communities and ask them what they want to be done, and the public resources are directed towards what the communities need and want. So in Belo Horizonte, we also did this on the internet. So that meant that they didn't have to go to meetings, they could vote on the internet. So we used the names of the voters, and we could establish what was the priority in the city, and people could vote on the priorities. So I think this can be applied to states, but at the federal level, this is more difficult. So in December, the 10th or 12th, the government will create one site where the citizens will have all the information about the government, but also access to all the federal service through only one site. This will be very important for foreign trade, because this is a difficulty that we face right now in Brazil, because foreign trade suffers because of the bureaucracy that exists for imports and exports. In case of imports, so there are 17 authorizations for someone to be able to import something. So this is too much. So with this, only one site, the user will have to make only one request, complete one form, and then this will be distributed to the other sectors, but the authorization will come after 10 or 12 days. And this will be the same for exports. This seems like something simple, but it's very difficult to overcome bureaucracy. So this is all part of the fourth consensus. And all the Brazilian society is very anxious and willing to see this happen. So we had public protests on the streets in June, and in my opinion, I believe that people were protesting not because they wanted to go to another path, but because they wanted a better path, but stay on the same path with better public services and better private services. So if we see in Brazil the highest number of complaints in Brazil is about the telecommunications companies. And so this is private, not public. So we have to improve everything in Brazil, not only the public sector, but also the private sector. And this desire is the drive for the fourth consensus, which is that Brazilians want a competitive country. And that's why they are on the street protesting. And they don't identify clearly one sector. They want all the economy to be efficient. There is not one guilty person or sector.
Please.
Arthur Rubin with Nomura Securities. Minister, you mentioned during your remarks that the government's committed to try and reduce the burden of the tax code in Brazil, and yet Brazil remains the country with one of the most complex tax systems in the entire world, as measured in the time required by businessmen to comply with the law. Could you give us some more specific examples of ways in which the government is committed to try and simplify and reduce the burden of the tax code in the system? And is there any possibility that we might see initiatives like that prior to next year's elections?
Well, the tax problem, Brazil is probably the country in the world that has the more complex tax code. We have made an effort to decrease taxes on the payroll, which is one of the reasons why we have been able to decrease the unemployment rate. And I believe it's because of the decrease in the taxes, on the payroll taxes. I believe that the biggest problem in Brazil nowadays is not the federal tax. It's a state tax, which is the tax over the circulation of products, and Brazil has several different types of this tax. And this is a nightmare for the companies, because when they operate in one state and try to move merchandise from one state to the other, the tax fees change, and this is very difficult for companies. This year we have evolved a lot in this this tax reform, but unfortunately at the end of the year we haven't been able to put this to be voted. And it was something very simple, but 2 or 3 states resisted and we couldn't move ahead. So this will happen next year. I believe that this will be a very important topic in the electoral campaign, because companies know that this tax has to change, and people believe that this is preventing development. So I believe that this will change because it's a need. So the political parties who do not agree with this reform will pay a political price in the elections. We need to unify the tax on products, or on the movement of products, and this is the most important change that has to be made.
previsibilidade.
So this will
na sua atuação.
has to change because companies need
We've
to
come
be able to predict
to
how
the
much
end
they are going
of
to spend.
our
in
conversation. Before we end, however, I do want to thank Minister Pimentel, one, for his focus on the future, and secondly, for the honesty and conviction with which he answered all of the questions, and thirdly, for the sense which he accurately provides of the reason why, in spite of all of the problems and all of the difficulties, I would still bet on Brazil. Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you.
you could take your seats, we are back and ready to get started. Please take your seats. Thank you. Okay. Welcome back. Delighted to introduce the next session with our panel discussing Brazilian development and competitiveness. First, it is my pleasure to invite Congressman MAIA to open our afternoon session. Throughout his career in public service, he has fostered cooperation and agreement on significant and often controversial matters in the House of Representatives, such as Amendment 29 regarding healthcare resources, the adoption of a new forest code 10 years in the making, the creation of the Truth Commission, the expropriation of lands violating human rights, and several other projects of national impact. We are honored to hear his thoughts on Brazil's potential and obstacles. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. MAIA.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure. It's an honor to be here, to be able to participate of this meeting with the aim of discussing some topics related to the Brazilian growth and Brazilian economy's growth. The task is not so simple because I'm speaking after the Minister of Industry and Foreign Trade. But I'm going to try to speak about some thoughts and impressions about the moment that Brazil is in now, taking into consideration Brazilians' presence at an international level. I had prepared a speech, a written speech, but after the minister's speech, I have come to the conclusion that much of the information that I was going to speak about, the minister has already mentioned. So I'm going to talk without referring to the written speech. So I would like to salute the Brazilian representatives who are here with me.
Saudar também o deputado Jorge Tadeu Mudalem, do Partido Democratas.
So one is from PSD and the other from the Democratic Party. And I'm happy to have them here with me. I would also like to salute Shannon O'Neill of the Foreign Council Relations, who is in charge of organizing this event.
Da PricewaterhouseCoopers, o José Fernandes e o Paulo SOTERO, né, nosso amigo, que dividem comigo também a parte da tarde.
They share with me the debates this afternoon. I would also like to salute my friends.
E a senhora Karen Misculin, diretora executiva da revista Voto, em nome de quem saúdo a todos os demais participantes.
So we salute all the participants here.
Diferente do ministro,
As opposed to the minister,
embora seja membro
and
dos trabalhadores,
even we are both members of the Workers' Party,
pelo fato de hoje também não estar mais à frente da presidência da Câmara dos Deputados, talvez possa ser mais enfático nas minhas
so maybe because I'm not
colocações em relação
anymore the president of the House of the Representatives, maybe I can be more emphatic about my opinions.
positivas vividas pela economia brasileira no momento, quanto também na identificação
I can be more positive about the problems and the positive characteristics of the Brazilian economy.
precisam ser enfrentados por todos nós.
Okay. The problems that we have to face.
É óbvio que o Brasil
It's obvious that Brazil
peculiar em relação a outras nações do mundo.
has a peculiar situation.
Economia
We have an economy
economia emergente,
that can be considered an emerging economy
a duras penas caminhos
that has found
para o
its path
para que esse crescimento
under very difficult circumstances.
sustentável
It has been growing and it's a sustainable growth. We are very proud of the fact
a balança comercial relativamente
that our foreign debt is under control.
fato de termos uma inflação
We are also proud that inflation is under control.
mantido dentro das metas
We have been able to follow the goals established by the central bank and the economists in the government.
podemos também nos orgulhar
We are also very proud
dependermos mais
of not depending
receita econômica
on any
que venha de fora das fronteiras do Brasil.
foreign recipe for our economy.
Nestes últimos anos,
We have been able
estabelecer
to establish a process
enfrentamento das grandes questões
that faces the macro and microeconomic questions in Brazil independently, without having to look for a formula or a recipe abroad.
Nós hoje podemos comemorar o fato
We celebrate
desemprego
low unemployment, reasonably low unemployment rates in certain sectors of the Brazilian economy, and in certain areas we have full employment, which is something that we couldn't have thought some years before. So construction, steel, and the naval industry are, and the industry that builds boats,
pela garantia da produção naval no nosso país, e poderia citar aqui
and I could also mention other sectors.
hoje tem uma situação de pleno emprego.
And Brazil has full employment in these areas. Also in food and service, full employment. And in the supermarket sector, the retail, we have full employment. So Brazil celebrates the fact that the economy generates jobs and new jobs. And so it's a very favorable situation right now. We are also very proud of having witnessed the greatest income distribution change in the past few years. 40 million people have left total poverty and have moved up socially. So it's the number of people who have moved up is equivalent to the number of people in Argentina and Uruguay together. So I believe 2 or 3 measures were responsible for this change in course. So the 3 measures, the first one, Brazil produced a big inclusion program, social program, that gives resources to the poor people of Brazil, and in the areas of education, health, and other measures to improve the quality of life of these people. So Brazil has also invested in the infrastructure of the lives of these people. For instance, the program Power for Everyone has helped improve the lives of many people. So I would like to give you this information in order for you to have an idea about this program. So Brazil has allowed 15 million families to have power at home, and these people didn't have power before. So they were living like as if they were in the past, without access to power, no fridge, no TVs, no lamps in their homes. This program from the federal government provided free power to all these people. So this program was indirectly responsible for an increase in the sales of what we call the white line, fridges, stoves. So we also have a very effective program to help people in Brazil. This program was established by the government. At the same time, the government has also established other social programs. One of them, which I consider the most important, is My House, My Life, which has the goal of building 2.4 million new houses for people until 2016, all for low-income people. The government right now has approved another program that is related to this program, which says that people who buy this house receive an economical incentive from the government, but the person pays for the house, like any other Brazilian citizen. But along the same line of benefiting the low-income people from Brazil, the Brazilian government has provided another investment line that will allow these people to furnish their homes. These programs improve the lives, not only improve the lives of the Brazilian people, but also help some sectors of the Brazilian economy to develop according to not only the domestic scenario, but also the international economic scenario. Another measure that is important to highlight is that Brazil, in the past 10 years, has been building up a policy to recover the average income of the workers in Brazil. And one of the most important measures has been the improvement of the minimum wage in Brazil. 10 years ago, the minimum wage in Brazil was around $60, $70 per month. Nowadays, even though it's still low compared to international standards, but nowadays it's a little bit over $300 per month. And Brazil has established a permanent policy of readjusting this minimum wage, which does not depend anymore of the current president. But there is a policy that is established, and every year the minimum wage increases. So this is a policy that is transparent, so everybody knows that the minimum wage increases each year in Brazil. Of course, it's based on the level of economical growth in the country. So this is another policy that has also helped a better income distribution in Brazil. So when we look at all this, we can realize that Brazil is very different. So based on all this, we believe that the future and the possibilities in Brazil are very positive. Brazil, in the past few years, with its homemade recipe, has being able to build strong political relationships and has established a strong and sustainable economy. But it's also true that by working on income distribution, supporting a growth in demand and consumption, and integrating more Brazilians into the consumption society, of course, we have been forced to identify problems that have had to be faced a long time ago, but hadn't been faced. Maybe the biggest problem that we have, or which is the infrastructure problem. So a country that grows 2, 3, 4% a year, so we believe that Brazil will continue to grow at 4%. So this causes infrastructure problems. We need more highways, more ports, more harbors, more airports, a better logistics infrastructure, more investments in our companies. So for me, this is a big problem. But this problem can also become a big opportunity for all who believe in Brazil and in the Brazilian growth. Because of the concrete measures that the federal government has taken, we believe that Brazil has the capacity of providing even more opportunities for development. The Brazilian Congress has given its contribution. There are some representatives who are here with me who belong to other parties, but they also agree with me that the democratic debate in Brazil is building the Brazilian history, and all are united, and the Brazilian Congress is giving all the conditions for the private sector to invest and actively participate in the development of the Brazilian infrastructure. There are a huge number of projects that have been voted in the past few years, giving a more dynamic situation for the federal government and tools for the government, as well as the guarantee and the safety for the private investors to invest in Brazil, in infrastructure. The minister has also given an example of lots of concessions that have been given. The first one is related to pre-salt, and the Brazilian Congress voted and approved the new way of giving concessions in oil and pre-salt in Brazil. So the Congress was very active in the Libra field auction. This happened only after the Congress gave its okay for the auction to be made. In the same way, we had airport auctions in Brazil. And this is another example of the participation of the Brazilian Congress in creating a model that is very attractive and near the investors that want to invest in Brazil. These are examples that there is a political maturity in Brazil nowadays, that even though we have an electoral process next year that will drive the political debate and will bring out more discussions about the future of Brazil and the economic policy and the dimension and the extent of the investments that will have to be made in Brazil, as well as the budget and the programs that will structure Brazilians' development. So I am certain that regardless of who is going to be elected next year, I believe that we will have a favorable situation and all these policies will continue and will be strengthened in order to keep Brazil growing with sustainable growth for many, many years to come. So concluding, Brazil is experiencing a unique moment in its history and different from what's happening in other countries right now when we have an international crisis. Brazil is better now than 4 years ago. We are now part of the international market, and this has happened because of the homemade recipe that Brazil has been able to establish for its economy and for its political scenario, including a large part of the population that was not part of the middle class before, and paying attention to what people really want in Brazil. One of the challenges is the infrastructure, and the other challenge is that we need to invest in education and have a better quality of workers and professionals. So Brazil has to invest a lot in education. So this is one of the main challenges that Brazil has. Two challenges: infrastructure and education. So that we have workers and professionals that can drive this Brazilian growth. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity, and I'm ready to come here and talk more about these topics anytime. We need to talk more, and the world has to talk more with Brazil. It's in these talks that Brazil and the world will understand what's happening in the world in regards to Brazil and what happens in Brazil in regards to the world. There is no newspaper article or from somebody from the technical field that can give us a better understanding than being face to face and talking to each other. So I really believe we have to talk more, not only in Brazil, but abroad, like this experience that we are having here now.
Carolina.
Is he sitting here? He's sitting down there, right?
Muito bom.
Vamos.
We'll figure it out. I'll just. Don't worry about it. If not, I'll just speak in her mic. Thanks.
Okay, well, thank you all, and thank you for those thoughtful words, Representative MAIA. We're going to continue up here with a panel discussion. We'll have a discussion amongst the four of us for a bit, and then I'll open it up to questions from the audience. And we have a very interesting and thoughtful mix of people up here to discuss these issues about Brazil, where it's been and where it's going. Right here on my left, we have Jose Fernandez. All of their longer biographies, which are very impressive, are in your packets, but I'll just say Jose Fernandez is in law practice here with Gibson Dunn, but he's just returned to New York City from Washington, where he has finished up 4 years as Assistant Secretary for Economics, Energy, and Business Affairs. Is that the right? Everything that we'll be talking about, he talked about. Then I turned to Harry Broadman, who's with PricewaterhouseCoopers, and he runs their international consulting and strategy, emerging markets, international consulting and strategy. And then Paulo Sotero, our Brazilian representative for the panel, who heads the Brazil Institute at the Woodrow Wilson Center in DC. So I'd like to ask each of them, when we start off our conversation, to reflect back. So let's talk about where Brazil has been and where it's come from. And in some ways, perhaps let's develop a scorecard. Where is Brazil today? So let me start with you, Harry, and talk a bit about, you think about the world broadly, you take clients all over and look at various emerging markets. When you look towards Brazil, what are the advances that you see? And then also, what are some of the barriers that come out to you or you point out to your clients?
And you want a short answer?
I want a short answer to that.
You just want to make sure.
The bullet point.
Well, I would say, as Professor Fishlow said, I would bet on Brazil. And I would bet on Brazil having gone back a couple of decades ago, because I think the successes in terms of economic policy making through dealing with the hyperinflation several decades ago and the enormous growth that has taken place, I think speaks a lot to the credit of the Brazilian entrepreneurs, the Brazilian government, civil society, and the like. That doesn't mean, of course, that like in every market, emerging markets in particular, the business cycle is dead. And so it's not surprising that we might see changes in output in places like Brazil as compared to places like China and India, Russia, the other BRICS, South Africa. All of them go through these cycles. I think when you think about Brazil from the broadest scheme as part of the emerging markets, which is what I do, and you look at the rate of gross domestic product or GDP growth in real terms over the last 2 decades, the rate of growth on average among emerging markets has been twice as fast as real GDP growth among the advanced countries. So there's a real structural change in the world economy of which Brazil is very much at the forefront. The barriers that are faced today in terms of overconsumption, insufficient investment in investment, frankly, the culture of dealing with discretionary behavior, which is a polite way of talking about corruption. These are all problems that emerging markets face. And I would say that a large geography like Brazil has huge upside potential. It's going through a soft period at this point, but I think as we'll discuss, there are ways and policies and reforms that are needed to help Brazil regain its rightful strength.
Okay. Jose, let me turn to you with a similar question, sort of what the advances are, what perhaps the barriers are, and also you have been watching for many years, but particularly the last 4 years, the U.S. commercial relationship with Brazil. So how does, when you're thinking about it from the U.S. government point of view, or just as a thoughtful person, what do you see down in Brazil?
And those two are not exclusive, right?
Exactly.
I think the title of this session is important, Brazil Revisited. I think it's important to revisit Brazil every few years. When I went into government 4.5 years ago, everyone thought that the future had arrived in Brazil, that after almost 2 decades of orthodox economic policies, Brazil was ready to take off, and it has. You had the World Cup, you had the Olympics, pre-sold finds showed people that God was Brazilian. That was 4.5 years ago. For about a year now, I've been hearing a lot of grumblings about Brazil. What Minister Pimentel called the gargalos have come to the fore. And you're more likely to hear grumblings about the anemic GDP growth, the preferences, the protectionism, the local content requirement, the complexity of the tax system, all the things that go into the Brazil cost, the Custo Brasil. And always, of course, in the background have been what at times have been somewhat prickly relations between the two governments, between the Brazilian government and the U.S. government, most recently with the postponement of President Rousseff's state visit here. I don't think those who talked about Brazil as having a pristine future, I think they were overstating the point, and I also think that those who are now talking about the grumblings, about the gargalos, I think those critics are also overstating the point. And I'll end here, and I hope we talk a little bit about this, because numbers don't lie. And on a macro level, our commercial relations with Brazil have never been better. In 2012, Brazil was our 8th largest export market, $76 billion, with a $12 billion surplus in favor of the United States. What country do we have a 12 billion surplus with? You can talk about them in your hand. But the fact of the matter is that our trade with Brazil has doubled, more than doubled in the last decade, that we have the surplus, that this year that surplus will even be higher, and those who really think about this will tell you that we will have the 5th largest surplus with any country with Brazil. 3 of those countries are countries that don't really consume those products, Hong Kong, UAE, and the Netherlands. The only other consuming country that we have a surplus with is Australia. So those numbers don't lie. And then, of course, we could talk a little bit about, and I hope we do, about the economic and social aspect of the fact that you almost have 2 million Brazilian tourists coming to the States this year, who spend, according to everybody who will look at it, who spend more money than any other Latin American tourist. And also that in the last couple of years, we've had over $4 billion worth of Brazilian investments in the U.S. And again, I still have these numbers in my head. Those investments account for over 110,000 American jobs. So you have the figures, you have the grumblings, you have the hype, and then you have the naysayers. And I think that's why I think it's important to revisit Brazil. I think the reality is a little bit more nuanced. There are great opportunities, and I hope we talk a little bit about that today.
Great. Paulo, let me turn to you and one, ask you, as a Brazilian, what should Brazil be most proud of over this last 10 years? And then also, if you're making a to-do list for Brazil, what's number one up there for your country?
No, that's the first question is easy. We are absolutely proud, immensely proud of our democracy. No, I am of the generation that was born in a dictatorship. We are going to deliver to the next generations a consolidated, thriving democracy. This is the most important part of it. Brazil, with a dysfunctional political system, sometimes it is dysfunction, but ours is not the only dysfunctional democracy in the world, as some of people here may understand. We have produced a system where there has been positive outcomes economically through, it has been discussed here. There has been a deepening of democracy. Is it democracy for the sake of democracy? Because this is our option. We are not going to go away from that. There is no thinking in Brazil about a variant to democracy. Sometimes even when in the ruling party there are some people interested in maybe considering that the media should be censored, you can see immediately the majority of the party and President Dilma Rousseff say, no, 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 no. This is a democracy. That democracy was able to produce positive outcomes which is spectacular, in a relatively average, low economic growth in this last period. This is unheard of, okay? This is very important. Now, that democracy has produced also something else. Its benefit has produced all the new challenges we're talking about. We need the infrastructure that congressmen are talking about. It has exposed our deficiencies because we need more educated people. The only reason we have full employment in Brazil today is that we do not have enough skilled workers to do what we need to do. So we are reaching some limits in Brazil. We are reaching, and I think the minister was absolutely right. The next challenge is competitiveness, which has to do with openness, which has to do linked to innovation. And we don't have a system that is propitious for that. We have just had the proof in Brazil that we need openness. We try to do concessions for infrastructure work. We try to do it in a variety of ways. After trying everything, we finally managed to get an interesting set of conditions, and we just privatized the Rio airport, the Galeão airport, or the Tom Jobim airport, that's why we should call it, and the bidder, with an enormous margin, was the best airport managers in the world. That is the company from Singapore. I actually am from São Paulo, and I'm sorry that we didn't get them because they are very good. But it tells you what is the way ahead. The problem is, and I would like to go back to what Congressman MAIA just said, that they need to conversation. I think we need a conversation in Brazil among ourselves about one very important thing that he said, and about the minister Pimentel also said, but we don't talk that way in Brazil. We all recognize that this that we have today, that we are proud today, was a joint effort by honorable people that work together. They belong to different political parties. But we don't talk like that in Brazil. I think our national conversation and moving ahead would be much easier if we would, in our campaigns, instead of really attacking each other and not recognizing each other's achievements as our collective achievement. This happens in Washington a lot, by the way.
Oh, no.
Right? No, but we have to, because Brazil does not have an alternative. Either we move forward and we face the challenges of competitiveness and open, or we are going to be left behind. This is not something that God is Brazilian and our future is. No, our future has to be built as much as our present was built. And sometimes it worries me that the political conversation in Brazil is not getting to the point of openness and honesty that we'll have, instead of having the silly debate we had last week between the current president and one former president about privatization, because apparently to talk about privatization in Brazil is a sin. You talk about concessions. We didn't privatize anything. Obviously you did privatize. Let's open up, because the new generations in Brazil, especially these people that went to the streets in June, I think what they were telling us, what they're telling the government, the opposition, the press that didn't get it initially, is we have seen the promised land, we know where we are going, we like it, but we are afraid now the economy is underperforming, that we are not going to get there. So what we need is, we need more, we need better, and we need faster. And I think politicians in Brazil and public servants and people in business have this, and educators have this tremendous responsibility now to understand this and to act.
Great. Let me take you all looking forward now, and you've started us already in that direction, Paulo. But let me turn to you, Jose, because some part of Brazil's future actually isn't under Brazil's control. It's not whether they go better or faster or they form a consensus politically or not, but it's what happens around the rest of the world and the way the rest of the world is changing, whether Brazil adapts or doesn't in that case. And one of the big, at least discussions, negotiations out there, if not realities yet, are global free trade agreements, and particularly two that involve the Western Hemisphere are the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the TPP, which, if it comes together, it brings together North America and many Pacific countries along with those around the Asian Rim, would represent nearly 40% of world GDP, a third of world trade. And then the other, a smaller one, is the Pacific Alliance. So that was founded by Mexico, Colombia, Peru, and Chile. And this, too, is a free trade agreement, but it goes beyond that. It involves merging of stock markets. It involves opening up the movement of labor, of people. It involves even founding embassies jointly around the world. Now, Brazil isn't part of either of these. And so do these matter for Brazil's future? And if they do, Jose, how do you think it matters?
Well, they clearly matter. The question is, how do they matter? Both the TPP and TTIP, the European agreement, if they're finalized, will cover 3/4 of the world's trade. The TPP by itself will be 40%, and there are 5 Latin American countries that are part of the TPP. Brazil is not part of it, and I think some of this goes back to something that we haven't talked about, but Minister Pimentel alluded to it, which is the issue of competitiveness. Traditionally, Brazil has not been willing to talk about a bilateral investment treaty with the U.S., a double taxation treaty with the U.S., an FTA with the U.S., or if they do, they say, well, you have to include all of Mercosur in an FTA. Well, what are the chances that the U.S. Congress will approve an FTA with Bolivia? So that's a non-starter. You have an unwillingness on the part of Brazil to agree to the government procurement agreement. You have an unwillingness of Brazil to join some international economic organizations such as the OECD. All of those, and you'll ask them why, and they'll say, well, either Mercosur or our tax systems are different, or at the end of the day, when you get down to it, the issue of competitiveness in the context of trade, the fact that trade increases competitiveness, increases innovation, hasn't gotten into the dialogue. Mm-hmm. And I think, to go back to the point of the TPP and the Alliance of the Pacific, all of these are broader issues. Brazil, the issue of competitiveness, that fourth stage that the minister was talking about at lunchtime, I think is also tied to the issue of an FTA with a number of other countries. And when you talk to the Brazilians about it, and you get through the Mercosur issue, and they look at trade still, in my eyes, as almost as a mathematical construct. There's no reason why we should sign a double taxation treaty with the U.S. because there's more investment on the part of the U.S. in Brazil, and consequently, we'll lose money on the tax issue. That kind of change I think mental change will happen. I think Brazilians recognize the value of innovation. The TPP, even when it gets signed, will bring it to the fore. The Alliance of the Pacific, I think, is a very important compact that is just getting started, and it has gotten started without any kind of U.S. involvement. If you think about it, it's a homegrown Latin American free trade agreement, and that has allowed it to grow, the fact that we've stayed out of the way. But I do think at some point how that impacts Brazil and how that impacts their desire, which is the correct desire, to improve competitiveness, I think that will come to the fore.
Good. Paulo, you're nodding your head a lot through this, and you brought up competitiveness. So how do you see the free trade element, and particularly as we go forward? 2014 is going to be an election year. It's going to be a World Cup year. There's going to be eyes locally and internationally on Brazil. Is this something that Brazil will get this need for competitiveness and move forward in 2014? Or are we waiting for later?
Just take this program that President Rousseff started, the Science Without Borders. There have been 40,000 kids, university students of science, engineering, math, sent out to study at least 1 year. 25% of them chose to come to the United States. Why? I think because I think they sense that, because here you get the universities, the tech, there are other people in Japan, in good universities in Europe, but there is, I think, the young people in Brazil feel this very, very clearly. Actually, very interesting, in Brazil we have the most popular university course in Brazil today is international relations. There are 170 programs in Brazilian universities in international relations. So people sense that we have to integrate ourselves. The competitiveness issue is front and center to this. I believe that we need to, this is also the forces, the powers that be in Brazil. I was surprised the other day, I was in Denver for a meeting with Robson Andrade, the president of National Confederation of Industry. He started talking about this, that we need a free trade agreement with the United States, and it's time to revisit Mercosur. Mercosur is politically very important, but there is a growing consensus in Brazil that the trade part of Mercosur has to be modified. Mercosur has to revert to a free trade area instead of failed customs union, and free Brazil from this problem of not being able to negotiate. I believe there is another element that is becoming clearer and clearer in Brazil society. Our 20 years strategy on trade policy has not gone well. Actually, we are going to have this week in Bali probably another illustration of that, where unfortunately, World Trade Organization will probably end up with this ministerial meeting as a much lesser organization. Brazil bet everything on multilateral trade. We didn't give much importance to those regional trades. We rejected FTAA for reasons, I cover all of that as a journalist and for reasons that I completely understand, but we are faced with a reality now that we have trade agreements with 3 minor countries, and we have this population in Brazil. Companies in Brazil understands this because they are leaving Brazil. There are about 30 to 35 Brazilian global companies now in the world. Some of them, including the businessman that is the closest person in the business community to President Dilma Rousseff, Jorge Gerdau from the steel industry, who says it's cheaper to make steel in Alabama than it is in Brazil. The question of competitiveness, cost of taxes, etc., it's very, very clear. Now, what you have to have is the political courage to confront Brazilian society with this discussion. That's why I find very refreshing what I heard from the minister, from the congressman, because we, I think, have the space, have the talent. We are a country of negotiators in Brazil. Always remember that. We have a talent for negotiations, and we don't have an alternative. Either we do this and we face the challenges that have all been very well identified here, or Brazil is going to fall behind. One final thing on a positive note, for instance, the Pacific, the free trade, I don't know if actually, I find it very important what the Pacific Rim countries in South America and Mexico are doing. That's very innovative, and actually the Chinese look at that and decided to come in, and they are taking lots of businesses that used to be Brazilian business in those countries, they are taking it away. I don't know if the United States is going to be in that. From what I live in Washington, and I don't believe that President Obama has much of a chance to get anything approved in Congress referred to this, free trade authorities, any of that. But I think that Brazilians have to and are starting to pay a lot of attention to that, to associate Brazil with the centers of economic dynamism in the world. And we have two reasons to do that. One is Embraer. Embraer is one and the only high-value production chain company, production chain where Brazil is a participant. So don't tell us that we cannot participate in high value. We can. We are very good when we put our minds to that. The other one is agriculture. Brazil is one of the most productive agricultural nations in the world. We have to fix the infrastructure part. But it is expected, this is a UN estimation or estimate, that 40% of the added demand for food in the world from now until 2050, because the population of the world is going to go from 7 to 9 billion. 40% of the added demand for food created by this demographics is going to come from Brazil. So, and Brazil is a high added value country in that field. So here we have the problem, and Brazil does not have to look abroad to find the answer. The answers are in Brazil.
Let me see if I can pipe in here, because I want to arbitrage between these perhaps dissimilar perspectives, but actually I think there's a lot there. To suggest that the external environment is going to drive Brazilian or any country's competitiveness, I think, is a bit of half of a glass. And I'm not sure whether it's half full or half empty. And it's true, obviously, in the case of Brazil, that its largest trading partner is China, both on the export side and on the import side. And there's a lot to be talked about in terms of South-South trade and investment as the important engine, ultimately, for Brazil. Not so much the United States or the European Union. Yes, the US happens to be the second largest trade partner with Brazil, but when you then go down the list, most of it is South-South, and that's what's going to generate the jobs, the investment in Brazil. Having said all that about the external environment, my experience working at the World Bank and as a trade negotiator is success starts at home. And the agenda at home is obviously a tall one. I think that Brazil, as to my first point, is going through a business cycle, but it's also going through an inflection point. It's hit a supply blockage, okay? On the labor side, on the capital side. And it strikes me, having worked in the White House during an election cycle, this is exactly the time when the president of Brazil and the cabinet and the ministers have got to make some tough decisions. So for instance, I was just talking about this with one of my colleagues here, the reduction in subsidies in Petrobras, for instance, politically explosive issue in Brazil. But it really was a test for the political will, the economic sanity of how the country is going to tackle a problem going forward. And so you saw the stock value of Petrobras going down, multiple percentage points. Why? Because not enough reform was done. It was not credible. It's not in a framework looking forward that is going to allow the economy to grow, in particular in that sector, but that feeds through many other sectors in the Brazilian economy. And it's these kinds of things, I think, those of us who look at Brazil or other emerging markets look at. What are the litmus tests that should be done now to tackle some of the tough questions? Unemployment, to be sure, is relatively low. Inflation, is creeping up, but still relatively modest. But this is the time to take bold action in Brazil to deal with the infrastructure problem, to deal with the greater need for investment. And I would not put a lot of money, coming back to my first point in this go-around, I would not put a lot of money on these trade agreements as engendering the kind of competitiveness that is needed in Brazil. It's got to start at home, and it's got to start now. And I think, as I said, I think the future for Brazil is very bright. But we're now at an inflection point. And once we go the next 6 months and we get into the election cycle full swing, nothing's going to happen, at least intelligent probably. Nothing's going to happen economically. This is the time to act.
So say what time, and then I'm going to open up to questions after your.
So I don't think there's much of a need to arbitrage. I think we're all saying the same thing in a different way. I think a couple of factoids that I think are important on Brazil. First of all, and the Congressman spoke about the unbelievable growth in the middle class. Brazil will have, in the next few years, the 4th or 5th largest middle class and consumer class in the world. That's an asset. That means that domestic industries can thrive. And also, it's looking to invest, let's not forget this, over $400 billion worth of infrastructure in the next few years, most of which are not going to be spent on stadiums or on Olympic and World Cup venues. They're going to be spent on transportation, on roads, on airports, on ports. That's going to improve competitiveness. So I think it's that nuanced view of Brazil that I think at the end of the day it will thrive.
Okay. Let me open it up to questions. Please raise your hand if you have a question. Identify yourself and ask a brief question.
Henry Jacklin Associates. I want to thank Paulo SOTERO for a great comment about the need for graciousness with the political parties and moving forward in a joint fashion. In that spirit, I would ask, how far do you think, or how much of an impediment is the political system as it exists today in Brazil to the future that we all want? And do you have any hope for the reforma politica, the political reform? And is there any chance of a voto distrital or district voting?
Very difficult to say. I think that after a presidential election, depending on the outcome, we'll have a new opportunity. I don't see it happening now, obviously. I see gains in the political discourse. I think that we saw things that most people in Brazil thought that would never happen, happening, and in the judiciary, in Congress. I believe that the Brazilian political system, although democratic, as I mentioned, it is dysfunctional. We need a much, trimmer, a smaller political system to achieve a lean political system, because we can have very good substantive discussions with the representatives from the center, from the left, from the right. They're all rational people. They represent all legitimate causes, but we will need, and I think what will impose that to the political system is precisely what we are talking about here, that Brazil needs to become more efficient in how we do things. We know how to do things in trade, in services. We can be very good about it. And Brazil is, although we are still a very closed economy, Brazil is just 1% of world trade, I think we are exposed enough to receive the shocks and the messages. And there are shocks, the checks and balances in Brazil exist. So, and a free media, very important, that transmits all this and make the political system work and respond.
Great. Go ahead.
Hi, Carolina Costa with Macquarie Associates. I just wanted to bring the discussion a little back into more the international context, and particularly Brazil and U.S. relations right now. Clearly, it's a bit of a tense time in the past months, and I just wanted to hear some of your views on where we are now and where we might be heading in the next years in that relationship. Thank you.
Brazil relations.
Paulo, you want to go?
Go first. I can go.
Look, I think obviously we're going through a little bit of a rocky time. I think you've got, however, countries that are in many ways quite similar geographically, demographically. They've got a lot of common interests. I think at the end of the day, though, you have some differences in the sense of, Brazil, in my experience at least, was always willing to work with us on issues where they had equal billing. Okay, so for example, you see what Brazil has done in Haiti, which has been wonderful. It's really stepped up in Haiti. We worked with them, and Paulo spoke about agriculture, and BROADMAN and the agricultural service work in third countries in Africa and the like. I think this will pass, in my view, and I wouldn't get too down on this again. It will. The relations are strong enough and have been. We have so many also on the human side of things. The fact that you have 100,000 plus students coming from Brazil to the U.S. and vice versa. I'm confident that this will pass. Why? It's the crisis of the moment, but I would take a little bit more nuanced and longer view.
It's a pity that you didn't ask that question to Minister Fernando Pimentel, because I think that he has probably the correct approach to this. It was pretty sad to see, and that we were working at the Wilson Center to have the president there on education, on Science Without Borders. I think the relationship was about to be elevated. There were losses, not only political, there are actual potential losses here for two companies, both Brazilian and American. But I completely agree. I think that, despite all the bad vibes now, what motivated President Obama to invite President Rousseff to come to Washington for a state visit, the first in more than 18 years. The reasons why President Rousseff said yes, those are still valid. They are still there. These are the two largest economies, and the two, again, I go back to this, for my generation, this is very important. This is the two largest democracies in the Americas. What makes them come together is much bigger than what separates them. Because we have societies that are multiracial, that have the same set of references, and I believe that this will come together again. It's a pity that we are wasting all this time, but I think we'll get there, and that the two countries will have a more intense, and what a former U.S. ambassador has this wonderful phrase, which is, it's not a strategic relationship, but strategic engagement. And it's Luigi Einaudi who used to talk about this. And I think it's going to take a while to roll this rock up the hill again, but it will be put there, and I think the relationship will get back to a productive moment.
Great. Other questions? Back there.
I'm Pincus Javits, and my interest is in sustainability, on things like alternate energy, etc. Now, thank you very much for the last comments, because I really feel exactly like the last response. The previous session, the word innovation came up from the floor. I would like to bring up another word, which is actually a Brazilian word, leapfrogging. Leapfrogging was put into the dictionary by Professor José Goldenberg from the University of São Paulo, who was a nuclear scientist, and he was actually the one that suggested to Brazil to go to ethanol. And he used the word leapfrogging. Now, coincidentally, today in London, there is a big meeting organized by the state of Bahia on solar energy and wind power. They are looking for investments. In September 2014, the World Biotechnology, the International Biotechnology Symposium will be held in Fortaleza, Ceará. Now, Brazil has tremendous potential for leapfrogging, and I'm missing that. I do not think that by hammering on
So your
investment.
question is, for the panel,
Yeah,
is
my-
about environmental
Yeah, my
leapfrogging?
question to the panel is very simple. Pick up the word leapfrogging and see what that does to a revisiting of Brazil for the future.
Harry, why don't you start?
Well, you know, at least for me, you're preaching to the converted. I think this is one of the hallmarks of places like Brazil, places, frankly, like Africa, where mobile money was invented out of necessity. And so we're going to see, I think, even more innovation that allows countries to leapfrog, Brazil in particular. And I think in the energy space is one. I think you're also going to probably see it in medical. You're also going to see it probably in aviation. But I think you're absolutely right.
Just a note, obviously Brazil has been a leader in ethanol for several decades now. And then 4 or 5 years ago, we had issues with the tariffs that were being imposed on Brazilian ethanol coming to the U.S. Now that's no longer an issue, A, because the tariffs are no longer there, and B, because we're actually selling ethanol to Brazil. But do pay some attention to some of the agreements. There's been a lot of agreements signed in the last couple of years between the U.S. and Brazil. One of them has to do with aviation fuels and the fact that we're looking at vegetable fuels to power aircraft. And that's something that both countries are working on. And so they're on the edges. And I hear you that at the big stuff, perhaps we're not cracking that nut yet. On the edges, you are seeing some convergence between Brazil and the United States.
Yeah, there are more and more contact. The problem in Brazil for that has to do with taxation. Okay, for instance, the Congress in Brazil just the other day approved a new tax on services at the municipal level. What are they taxing? Basically innovation, internet stuff, online stuff, etc. And that goes, I would say, to those kinds of technologies. So since we are not reforming the state, since the fiscal problem reflects this overspending on the fiscal side, on the expenditure side, so Congress people are always looking, and government people are always looking for more and more collection, right? And that's precisely where the discussion has to end, because we end up doing those silly things like putting a new tax on services in this area. This area should be as free of taxes as possible, precisely to be able to harness what you mentioned. You know.
And we will, as Paulo said, end on that note. I want you all to join me in thanking the panelists.
Good job. Well done. Let me give you my coordinates, because may I bother you from time
Sure,
to time?
of course. Of course.
Invite you to town?
Sure, I'd love to. I'd love to. I admire.
You're here, right?
I am in New York.
you could take your seats, we'll be getting started in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Okay, please take your seats. Attention everyone, we are going to move right into our plenary session. Please take your seats. Thank you. We're going to move right into our plenary session on how to foster innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurship among Brazilians. To catch us up on some examples of innovation taking place in the corporate world, I'd like to invite Mr. Carlos Zanvitor, CEO of Grupo Contax, to open this session. Mr. Zanvitor.
Good afternoon. As I was nicely introduced, I would like to give you a brief presentation on Contax. We name it Grupo Contax because a couple of years ago we started to consolidate through acquisitions of similar companies throughout Latin America. So that's our brand. And at a glance, let me just, one moment. I'm sorry, I can't see the slide, so I'll use an accessory here. Ready to go. So at a glance, that's what we are. We are a company, a very young company, 13 years old. We are originally from Brazil. Contax is the name of the first company that is the foundation for this group. And within 13 years, we became the largest contact center and BPO operator in Latin America. And we are amongst the 3 largest operators in the world. We currently managed 110,000 employees in Brazil, Colombia, Argentina, and Peru. We learned how to operate offshoring with our online services and offline services throughout several countries in Americas, starting from Canada, US, then Chile, Panama, and so on. We process 2.5 billion transactions per year, so we are kind of a link between large corporations and their consumers. We are in the middle of the B2C chain in several segments of activity. And our gross revenues are adding up around $2 billion currently. In our model, we operate in 4 countries, Brazil, Colombia, Peru, and Argentina, but we also serve the remaining countries that I just mentioned before. We are a scale operator, a massive scale operator. Every place where we run operations, we are number 1 or 2 in the country. That's how we designed our operational model. The addressable market for us, including the Brazil and the remaining of Latin America, in the Spanish-spoken language and Portuguese is roughly $11.4 billion as a total revenue pool. And our penetration in each sector is pretty much comparable to the market size, although we are seeing changes in segments like e-commerce and health insurance plans. They're still pretty small in our portfolio, but tend to grow much faster in regions like Brazil and Colombia. When we started, we only addressed the first bar in this chart, which is the call center traditional BPO market in Brazil. And throughout our expansion strategy, we addressed the similar markets in the Spanish-spoken regions of Latin America. And then we added up the ITO, the Information and Communication Technology sector, as an additional product in our portfolio, trade marketing services for mostly retail stores and the retail banking business. And more recently, the traditional back office BPO line of services. So we expanded the addressable market through a change in our strategy, and we became an international company starting 2011. A lot was told about the Brazilian middle class. Of course, the growth of the Brazilian middle class is probably the most relevant push for building up a business like ours, because that's what we do. And as you're very aware of, in the last decade, 40 million people were upgraded to the middle class in Brazil, and this process continues to grow. And will be growing in the next couple of years. This middle class in Brazil drives 78% of grocery stores purchasing, for example, 70% of credit card business in Brazil, 80% of the internet accesses, mostly through mobile devices, and 68% of the youngsters in this middle class will study more than their parents. Taking a look at each of the segments that we mostly serve, we are experiencing, as you know, high growth rates. Compounded annual growth rates range from 10% in the credit card businesses in Brazil, up to 23-24% in the cable TV segment in Brazil, as you can see in those charts. So, we kind of follow this demand. That's what we do. We serve, we connect the corporations in these segments with their consumers. This is our timeline. Between 2000 and 2005, we were just the Brazilian company. We were listed in the local Brazilian stock exchange market in 2005. Sorry, here we go. And then towards 2008, we started to experience slower ramps of growth in Brazil. It used to be 30, 40, 50% of growth rates per year. Around 2008 to 2010, the slope of growth reduced to 15%, 12% a year. That's when we kicked off the internationalization strategy, which was mostly built on top of an Argentinian company that we added to our portfolio through acquisition in 2011. Today, we address pretty much the same size of markets within Brazil and outside Brazil, although in our top lines, Brazil still corresponds to 80% of the volumes. And as a pattern, we see fastest growth outside Brazil today. So we expect within the next several years to balance out a little better the contribution of the Brazilian market and the Spanish-spoken market in our top revenues. What is 80-20 today in favor to Brazil should reduce to 60-40 within 3 to 5 years. And as a massive scale operator, of course, technology is really important for us to extract additional productivity to a lot of work that is performed by agents, as we say, and also to drive us towards new services through innovation of new products. Let me talk a bit about our people. We're roughly 110,000 K employees. We can split this large team in two categories. In the upper left corner, 4% of this group is general administration, R&D, IT developers, software engineers, and 96% are, as we say, operational labor force, people that actually perform transactions in an automated way using our own solutions and platforms connected to our corporate customers. If we take a look at the 96% of our headcounts that are operational, that have this operational profile, 76% of them are female, are women. The average age is around 22, 23 years old, and roughly 40% of them are either college students or recently college graduates. So that's the profile of this amount of people that work with us today. It's pretty much the same profile within Brazil and outside Brazil. As I mentioned before, innovation is our core business. We cannot sustain a lasting business if we don't add up on a constantly way new solutions, new technology, new connections that are either demanded by the markets we serve or created by ourselves to push new ways to serve people using technology. So this is really, part of living for us. And 4 years ago, we decided to kick off an independent IT company within the group, which is actually in charge of pushing us forward towards, all the innovation we need to develop in order to sustain the business. I'm not going into details on this next chart, which talks a lot about, the IT configuration of our infrastructure. What I'm going to say is that through the development of our own team, which comprises around 400 software engineers today, we are able to put together a solution that is mostly up to date compared to the world-class environment and to our peer group of competitors that comprise French, Spanish, and American companies. We're very much working towards keeping up with new technologies, and this chart shows some of the examples. In order to manage and build the stimulus and incentives to more than 100,000 people, we are already using gamification internally in the company. We are already connecting our platform to big data platforms from banks, telco operators, retailers, insurance companies that we serve, so that we can provide context, meaning, and quality to the large amount of transactions we process on a 7x24 basis. As you also know, Latin America is a very demanding market for the social media products and solutions. I'm talking about Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and so on. And we decided a couple of years ago not to look at this challenge as a disruptive obstacle to our business, but as something that we need to understand and somehow add up to our product portfolio. So today, we invest a lot of our research and development efforts in integrating the traditional scope of platforms that traditionally banks, telcos use to serve people with the not so organized environment of the social media. And in this sense, we are We just became, for example, the first BPO operator to have certification of social media platform in Latin America, which we base in Argentina, for instance. So this is, part of moving forward in our business. We name the solution Big Bang, so that you understand what how we package this, and this is intended to integrate the not so ordered environment of the internet, of the social media platforms, into the more organized transactional environment of the corporations we serve. Well, of course, doing what we do for a living requires a lot of commitment with the consequences of managing this large amount of people. And this is some of our thoughts about how we impact society, how we invest, and what we prioritize beyond the walls of our own buildings. So training is a key element in our business, especially training that complement the education of an employee that we can find, especially in Brazil. One of the things that is important to mention is we are a high demand company for IT professionals, and this is not there's not a large supply of this type of professionals in our environment. So what we do to accomplish our goals is to invest heavily on recruiting people with the best education we can in the market, and then complement that with our own investments in the private sector. And through that, we are able to also deliver back to the society, professionals that grow with us and then future on will work somewhere else with the knowledge they acquired and develop with us. When we think about what we need to do in the next couple of years in terms of social commitment, which in our way of thinking goes beyond social responsibility, we prioritize four key vectors or four fronts. Number one is keeping up with increasing the number of formal job opportunities to create as a first job for youngsters in all the territories that we operate. Second of all, of course, we are also a large demand company for facilities, and our consumption for natural resources is pretty much considerable, and we're committed with every new facility that we put up starting this last year has to be extremely efficient in terms of leveraging those natural resources with the newest technologies available. And we do that within Brazil and outside Brazil. Another priority is to leverage college education. As I mentioned, 40% of our operational workforce already is a college graduate or college student, but there is still 60% to serve. And we have prioritized the access of this remaining 60% of our team in terms of getting access to subsidized or sponsored programs in the college environment. And fourth, the fourth priority for us is to engage in every and each country where we operate or we serve with the local society, the local consumers, market regulators, in order to improve the maturity of these markets in terms of consumer practices and financial education. So those are the things that we decided internally to keep in our mind in every decision we make, in every investment we make, to build a lasting business starting from the point where we are today. So those are our priorities. And with that, I think I don't want to bother with additional details or numbers. I hope this serves as a quick introduction of a company that is originally a Brazilian company, a company that was only created because of the momentum of the Brazilian consumers market in the last 10 to 15 years, which is pretty much the period where we started, and with that was able to take us and push us towards being the third largest operator of this segment of activity in the world. And I thank you very much for listening to me.
I already worked out with the others that we would leave the stage. Okay.
So I have a question I just came up with.
I already worked out with the others that we leave the stage so that the screen could come down. Then when the screen goes up, we'll come back to the stage. Yeah. Very good. Okay. Excuse me.
I think, yeah, the mic is live. Hi, my name is Natalie Hoffman. I've been asked to introduce myself first and then introduce the other people on the panel. Carlos, I'll say a few more words about him. I myself am a businesswoman from Los Angeles. I lived in Brazil, and I've been doing business in and with Brazil for the last 35 years, mostly helping American companies to enter Brazil or helping them with their business development there. Or on the other hand, helping Brazilian companies come to the United States or representing them before government entities, both in Sacramento, I'm based in California, Sacramento and New York. Now, joining me on the panel, so to my left is Marcos Trujillo. He is the co-director of the BRIC Lab, BRIC, we all know being Russia, Brazil, Russia, India, and China. And he is also the founder of the Center for Business Diplomacy. He is an economist, and he's a political scientist with a PhD in the sociology of international relations. I think it's really interesting that he was also a long-time diplomat. He was the press secretary at the United Nations, so he has a very interesting view, kind of a unique view of a lot of these things. He is the author of a number of books. He writes a great column that I read every week in the Folha of Sao Paulo, opinion piece. And he has lectured at a number of universities like Harvard and Yale, et cetera. Richard Coyle, who is down here, is the executive director of the Emerging Markets Institute at Cornell University's Johnson School of Management. This is a rather new school, I believe, Richard, yes? And it is the Emerging Markets part, not the business school, which is advancing research and developing future global business leaders. Richard has a really interesting background. He spent 3 years in Bentonville, Arkansas with Walmart, and he was in charge of, he was the senior director for international corporate affairs for Walmart's stores, where he principally had responsibility for the European retail market and the global procurement organization. He also has somewhat of a political background. He served in Maine as the Director of International Trade, and where he helped to increase Maine exports by 30%. He has a bachelor's degree from University of Pennsylvania and an MBA from Cornell. And I forgot to say that Marcus has his PhD from USP, a very fine school, and postdoc work at Columbia. Carlos, you read about Carlos and heard about him, but I don't think it was in the information. He has an electrical engineering degree from a school in Sao Paulo, and he has an MBA from Kellogg Northwestern. So I think that's important information. So we have been asked today to talk about innovation. And as you can see when you look at the summary for our panel, there are a bunch of questions. The first one being, Brazil and its people are so creative, but not very innovative. Why? And so we're going to talk a lot about innovation today, but I thought that it would be good for me to start at just a high level and talk about the difference between creativity and innovation. I think that anybody that's ever been to Brazil and has seen the carnival parade and has seen the incredible costumes and the floats and with the music, it's just astounding. I mean, that's creativity. Or Brazilian television commercials. Brazil competes with the UK and the United States and very often has the best advertising agency in the world, and they do it with less resources than the US or the UK. So that's creativity, the creative impulse. We know that. What's innovation? Okay, so creativity is the creation of an idea, but innovation means taking that idea and implementing it. Here I'm going with the OECD definition from 2005. It's implementing that idea in a new or significantly improved product, either a good or a service, a process, a marketing method, or a new organizational method in business practices, workplace organization, or external relations. So it's the difference between coming up with the idea and actually looking at the market and making it work. We're going to hear a lot about that today. So at this point now, I'm going to turn it over to, I think I'm going to start with Richard. Carlos has spoken. So Richard, why don't you give us your presentation on innovation and growth.
Okay, fine. It's a PowerPoint, and I think we'll have to, if we can move to the sides.
Sit here?
I think if I don't know if you can see it. We'll try it. So so anyway, I think I'll come down here. You won't see me, but you'll hear me. So here. Oh, it is coming down.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here.
So we can all see it.
Right. So as Natalie mentioned, I'm at Cornell University, but I'm not a career academic. As the executive director of the Emerging Markets Institute, we monitor 42 to 44 countries, which we consider to be emerging markets. So in a way, I'm a jack of all trades and a master of none. But nevertheless, we do have some insights about Brazil. We held 2 conferences on Brazil in 2011 and 2012. In fact, some of our speakers are here in this room. We had Carolina Costa from McClarty Associates in 2011, and Fabio Niceri here from Pricewaterhouse gave a presentation in 2012. And then in 2013, just 6 weeks ago, across the street at the Council of the Americas, we had a conference on Latin America. I'll tell you a short story about university politics, though. In 2012, we had just completed our Brazilian conference, and we were very, very happy, very pleased about the conference. We had had the Secretary of Commerce from Brazil come, Humberto Ribeiro. We had had the founder of JetBlue Airlines, David Neeleman, come as a speaker. And we had a room about this size filled at the Cornell Club on 44th Street. So we felt this was a big success. We go back to Ithaca. I get to my office, and I'm told there are complaints coming into the dean's office about the Brazil conference. And I said, complaints? Who could have complaints? This was a roaring success. And so I go see the dean, and he says, I'm receiving complaints. I said, well, what's this all about? He says, the Mexican alumni. They want to know why we're doing so much with the Brazilians and we're not focusing on Mexico. So, how do you, I never anticipated this. I thought, everyone would be saying great job. So he says, next conference you do, make sure you include the Mexicans. Okay. So the conference we did 6 weeks ago, we expanded it to be a Latin American conference. And we had the Consul General of Mexico come give a keynote. We had plenty of Mexicans on the panels and discussions. We also had the Brazilians, and it went very, very well again. I go back to my office, there's all kinds of congratulatory emails coming in from the Mexican alumni. Fantastic job, super conference, thank you. I said, okay, we did it. Now I think I have things under control. I've got the Mexicans happy, the Brazilians are happy, everything's balanced. Okay. Fast forward now a few weeks, Council on Foreign Relations sends me an invitation. It said, dear Mr. Coyle, we'd like you to present at our upcoming conference on growth and innovation in, and I look, Brazil. And I'm thinking, the Mexicans, okay. So, anyway, I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy to have accepted, but I know tomorrow morning when I go in my office, the light's going to be glowing on my telephone from the alumni in Mexico again. So my request to the council is, if you have a future conference on Mexico, please invite me back. It will go a long way with my alumni if I am seen speaking at a Mexican conference as well. Anyway, let's get to the topic here, growth and innovation in Brazil. I have a very basic presentation, no graphs, no fancy animation. This is what you get on a Sunday over Thanksgiving weekend at the office. And I wasn't hired for my PowerPoint skills. But anyway, this is just a quick plug on the Emerging Markets Institute, who we are. We provide thought leadership on the role of emerging markets and emerging market multinationals. That's key. We work with mostly large corporations in the global economy. We bring together preeminent practitioners and academics, also key, a partnership, from around the world to develop the next generation of global business leaders to create the premier research center on the role of emerging markets in the global economy. So that's my one advertisement, and we'll go now into the topic. Brazil's falling behind in innovation. I took a look at the Global Innovation Index, which is published jointly by Cornell, INSEAD, and the World Intellectual Property Organization. I like this index. Well, number one, it was invented by my dean, so that tells me I have to like it. But nevertheless, it uses 84 factors to evaluate countries from an innovation perspective. So if you take issue with some of these factors, there's enough of them in this index, 84, that you can get a pretty good picture, a pretty good estimate of how things are going. So it's actually shown that Brazil is falling behind, okay? It was, we were at, 40 in 2007, falling to 64 in 2013. And although Brazil scored well in such factors as environmental performance, state of cluster development, high-tech imports and exports, the index shows Brazil as lagging in terms of ease of starting a business, assessment and reading, mathematics and science, graduates in science and engineering, computer software spending, and foreign direct investment net outflows. So these are just some of the criteria of the 84 that are evaluated. So the question, how could Brazil, which surpassed the UK as the 6th largest economy in the world, how could Brazil have such weak innovation scores? Well, if you look at something published by the Boston Consulting Group, 74% of the GDP growth over the past decade was due to the increase in the number of people working. And BCG goes further to say, as the workforce expansion weakens, it will be critical to increase productivity significantly. So it's imperative for Brazil, actually, to increase its productivity. In the area of education, the Financial Times noted that despite having some top-notch universities, Brazil regularly scores near the bottom of the OECD's Program for International Student Assessment ranking of educational attainment, with about 30% of 15-year-old students generally considered below proficiency. So there seems to be a real weakness in the primary and secondary levels of education. For R&D investment, there's a concern, and my fellow panelist Marcus provided me with a tremendous statistics here, which I'm quoting. Brazil only invests 1% of GDP in R&D against an OECD average of 2.3%. In comparison, the US, for example, filed nearly 50,000 new patents in 2012. China 17,000, South Korea 11,000, compared with Brazil at 600. Then some additional information I found is that the Brazilian Patent Office is so understaffed that it takes 8 years. There's an 8-year backlog to process patents. That is critically hurting the ability for new technologies to be introduced into the Brazilian economy. Now, the Brazilian government recognizes a lot of the problems here, okay? According to Brazil's Ministry of Science and Technology, they state that the science, technology, and innovation have not been decisive engines for the development of Brazil. Some of the reasons? Lack of R&D and innovation culture in industry. Lack of continuity in science and technology policies and funding. There's no crosstalk between industrial, science, technology, and innovation policies. And there's a deficient formation of innovation professionals. So the government does recognize the problems, and of course they have put programs in place to address this, which we'll get into. Other areas of concern. We talked about this earlier today. Low savings rate. Brazil currently saves about 16% of GDP, in comparison with 51% for China. This is perhaps why China is financing the world. I just lost, there we go. In order to sustain a 5% GDP growth rate, Brazil needs to save around 25%. Because Brazil's consumption leaves little to invest in growth, the country is dependent on injections of foreign capital. We also see protectionism and lack of infrastructure, also concerns we've heard earlier today. Brazil's historically been a protectionist country in terms of trade. Protection can preclude new technologies from entering the country, while supporting inefficient local industries and unnecessary high costs of doing business. Taxes on capital transfers additionally hamper direct foreign investment. The infrastructure suffered from a lack of investment. We've heard roads, airports, seaports, schools, housing. Lack of investment with significant needs in highways, railroads, airports, seaports. Corruption. A lot of emerging economies have to deal with this as well. Brazil ranked 69 out of 176 countries in the corruption index posted by Transparency International in 2012. By comparison, in 2001, Brazil was ranked 46th out of 91 countries. That suggests, of course, a backsliding there. So what's the government doing about all this? They've been taking steps to address these deficiencies. We've heard earlier today about the Science Without Borders program, which was launched in 2011, has $1.3 billion budget. They aim to send 101,000 Brazilians abroad by 2015 to study at the world's best universities. At Cornell University, we have about 37 participants on campus now. We have 17 more coming next month, January. Last year, we had about 2/3 of the cohort received either job offers or encouragement to apply for PhD studies. So what we found is that the students that were being sent to us were indeed top-notch. They, by the way, have formed a soccer team. They call themselves the Sons of Dilma, and they are having difficulty finding American teams that want to play against them, though, because they're too good. But they've been very well integrated into campus activities. They launched, the Brazilian government's launched Cibertech to expand, integrate, modernize, consolidate the national science, technology, innovation system. It's also producing, boosting promotion actions to create a favorable environment for innovation. Also trying to promote and strengthen science and technology in the schools. They've invested $204 million through Cibertech in collaborative research projects since 2007. Cibertech also has innovation centers which are working together with industry. This was another criticism the government had, that you weren't working collaboratively with industry. They also have established 20 technological service networks which are working to help companies get through the various requirements within Brazil: calibration tests, analyses, conformity assessment services, standardization, technical regulation activities to help companies launch products into the Brazilian economy. Did I go through two there? Yes, they passed a law, the innovation law, back in 2004, which permits funding through competitive grants to companies. The Goodwill Law in 2005 produced some fiscal incentives, modifications for tax exemption in 2007, links the incentives to the use of intellectual property rights. All right steps in the right direction. They launched a Prime program with $98 million of grants to 1,382 entrepreneurial enterprises. The Innovar program supports venture capital. The Zero program offers reduced investment loan programs. They've got a program for support of research and enterprise called PAP. SEBRE, the Brazilian Support Service for Small Enterprises, created to encourage knowledge flows between both universities and businesses. And lastly, the FINEP there, the Brazilian Innovation Agency, has reduced its time to process grants and loans to industry from 400 days to 30. So significant progress is being made. So what are the results? Well, we've already seen success stories such as MBR in aircraft, Bug Agentes Biológicos in pesticides, Petrobras, of course, in drilling and seismic technologies, and the Butantan Institute in terms of vaccine production. Just this year, IBM, Halliburton, and Cisco all announced new technology and innovation centers in Brazil. And Brazil, of course, is seen already as a global leader in green technologies and renewable energies. We've also seen the number of venture capital investments increasing in Brazil. Tech startups increased from 45 in 2011 to 79 last year. R&D spending has risen at 7% a year, a figure that's only second to China at 11%. And Brazil has become a hotbed in terms of social media businesses. So, conclusions? Positive signs definitely exist in the Brazilian economy. However, more investment is needed to turn around this decline. The government needs to continue to focus on education, R&D, and infrastructure development. The programs that we just saw that have already been launched need to be continuously funded. They can't be cut or reduced in size. If anything, need to be further supported. Tax incentives are needed to spur additional investment and attract more startups. Trade barriers, of course, need to be reduced. They would result in lower prices, introduction of new technologies into the Brazilian economy. And there are increases in trade secret protection are needed, so that, and an emphasis also on granting new patents. So that's the talk. Thank you. You need to answer it there.
Very nice.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is it okay if I give my talk from here?
Yes.
Very briefly.
Okay, Marcos,
very
there
good.
you go.
Very good afternoon. It's a great honor to be here. Thank you, Lynda, very much. Thank you, Inácio. Great pleasure to be joined by Natalie, by Richard, and by Carlos. The title of this session is Innovation and Growth. And Natalie has presented a definition of innovation with which I fully agree. But I'd like to expand on it just a little bit. Innovation can be essentially summarized into two categories. Innovation is either creative adaptation, or innovation is creative destruction. So innovation is essentially about doing the same for less, logistically wiser, at better prices, or it's about creating new routes. It's about disruption. Why has Brazil, and as a matter of fact, the whole class of BRICS emerged in the past 10 or 15 years? Because these countries adapted creatively and successfully to a global scenario that we live up into very recently. Adapted to liberal economies, the US and Europe expanding, countries around the world reorganizing themselves in regional political and economic unions. China 1.0, the impressive emergence of China as one of the most important trading nations of the world. This is the world that Brazil adapted creatively to. What were Brazil's essential elements of creative adaptation? Brazil reenacted the policies of import substitutions from the 50s and the 60s, but Brazil gave it a new shape by making local content the very touching stone of how Brazil would pursue industrial competitiveness. And then Brazil let its agriculture, its agribusiness, compete freely. Use some, of course, of the state-funded research and development institutions such as Embrapa to provide for basic research. But then it was about translating that knowledge into market-facing innovations. The problem with Brazil is that the world has changed, and that scenario that Brazil adapted creatively to no longer exists. So Brazil's innovation now is going to have to be about adapting to China 2.0, a China that, I mean, just to go over this very quickly, when Brazil and China traded in 2001, bilateral trade was $1 billion. Now bilateral trade is $90 billion. And essentially because China 1.0 presented a voracious appetite for those mineral and agricultural commodities in which Brazil presents clear comparative advantages. It's the case of iron ore, it's the case of soybeans, and it's the case of oil too. But China 2.0 is a different animal. It's going to demand less of those things that Brazil had a capacity to adapt creatively to. So like it or not, Brazil is going to have to drive and direct more resources to research and development. And as Richard very generously referenced in his work, Brazil only invests 1% of GDP in research and development. And out of that 1%, only 20%, that means 0.2% of overall GDP investment in research and development comes from the private sector. So for Brazil, I think the lesson is very clear. The road from the past to the present, when it comes to adapting, when it comes to innovation as the same as creative adaptation, entails a very different road that we're going to have to travel on from the present to the future. It's going to be less about creative adaptation, and it's going to be more about creative destruction. And if you actually analyze the molecule of creative destruction, we're going to come to the conclusion that that is the result of the interplay of 4 elements: capital, knowledge, entrepreneurial spirit, and a congenial environment that invites and allows and fosters innovation. So does Brazil direct the right capital for creative destruction to be brought about? Once again, only 1% of GDP. Does Brazil have the right entrepreneurial spirit? As I mentioned, only 0.2% of GDP is coming from the private sector. And many may criticize, why is it that Brazilian business people invest so little at innovation? And then I think one of the most lucid ways of enlightening this question is Brazilian people are already stifled by a tax burden of 36% of GDP. So it's very difficult to find the necessary resources within the company to direct to innovation. And does Brazil have the right congenial environment that allows for innovation to flourish? And then I think that question is perhaps where the future of Brazil is going to be decided upon. Because standing on the way of Brazil's innovation are the same obstacles that stand in the way of Brazil's road to prosperity. Labor reforms, tax reforms, and making the life of business people easier by facilitating the environment. If Brazil is able to bring its R&D investment up to 2.5% from the current 1%, if Brazilians have the capacity to bring their savings closer to 25% of GDP, and if the Brazilian environment for tech-intensive businesses becomes friendlier, then there's no doubt about it. Brazil is going to have the opportunity to make the transition from the world of creativity to the world of innovation. And I think that is the bridge that will allow for us to build the necessary consensus that Minister Pimentel was talking about today, which is the consensus towards competitiveness. The problem is, my impression is that Brazilian authorities, when they talk about building this consensus for competitiveness, which of course has to do with more value addition to Brazil's GDP, they have the impression that this is going to be a cakewalk. This is going to be an easy process. When the minister was speaking today, I had the impression that the soundtrack in the back was, Bob McFerry's "Don't Worry, Be Happy." When in reality, this is going to be much more like one of those Black Sabbath songs of the 1970s, like Iron Man. It's a tough talk. Many of the emerging countries that Richard talked about are being able to provide for this change of DNA. The secret for BRIC countries to have the same capacity as acting as engines for growth globally have to do with this change of DNA. Those countries, Brazil, Russia, and China, and others, that are able to increase and once again allow for the metamorphosis of their business systems and of their national priorities towards more innovations, they will become more successful in the future. But the problem is that is going to demand a lot of sacrifice from these countries. One of the reasons why South Korea has become today a country whose average GDP per capita is higher than that of OECD countries is because innovation has become a national religion, has become a civil religion for that specific country. And that is going to take a lot of vision on the part of Brazilian leaders. But once again, if given the right economic tools, the macroeconomic tools, and the right congenial environment, Brazil's creativity will make Brazil's innovation the vehicle for Brazil to become one of the most competitive, dynamic, and just countries in the world. Thank you.
I'm going to ask some questions of our panelists in a minute, but I wanted to bring to everybody's attention something that's happening in Bali today, which relates to the World Trade Organization. When the WTO was formed in 1994, the internet and the digital revolution and innovation were not buzzwords that people thought about, and there was no thought of that in creating the WTO. And even in the Doha round in 2001, when that started, innovation was not on the agenda. Finally, there is a recognition that innovation and the internet revolution and how that interfaces with trade have to be taken into account. And this will help, perhaps, even with a country like Brazil that has trade barriers and taxes on intellectual property transfers and things like that. So that is going on right now, this week, from, I think, started today and will be through Friday. It's just the beginning. You will know more about that since Roberto Azevedo, the Brazilian, is the head of the WTO now. But it's just interesting to note that at least in world trade, we're starting to think about innovation and put that on the agenda. I'm going to start by asking a question of Carlos, because Carlos has a company. I think 65% of your expenses every year are expenses for employees, salaries related to employees. Brazil has a 70-year-old labor code. It was passed in a populist time, Getulio Vargas administration. It came from Benito Mussolini. It was an adaptation of his code. It's a little bit, I would say, out of date. How does that affect you in particular? How does it affect your business and your ability to innovate?
It affects a lot, but looking back, we started from scratch in Brazil, and this regulation has been sitting there for 7 years. So for us, it was just there. We had to strive and break it through it and make the business survive. So in the first few years of our operation, we're just a local company. So the environment was steady based on this regulation. We didn't see it as an obstacle. Of course, we know economically what the impacts are, but we just have to run the business. But as we became international and we started to do more and more benchmarks and compare, we rank our operations by city, by country, by just like as we rank it in terms of the country in terms of corruption or investments or what. Then it became more clear to us that our transactional costs are higher in Brazil, mostly due to regulatory foundations like that one. There are some workarounds. The current government has made it relevant improvements towards our segment of activities, such as Plano Brasil Maior. But you know, they don't. These are nice workarounds. We became more efficient. We're able to pass through the efficiency that Plano Brasil Maior brought to our business towards our customers and towards the consumer market, so that credit lines are cheaper now, and telecom services also can become cheaper now. But again, you know, we're still working around. We're not hitting on
It would be better to
the bullet.
Revise that code once and for all, because that seems to happen. The bureaucracy in Brazil, there always seems to be a workaround, and that it engenders more bureaucracy and more time and expense. What problems do you see for your company? I mean, your company is obviously very innovative. I mean, so we have one number for innovation in Brazil falling down, but that's one number, that's an average. There are some areas that are very innovative, like yours, or financial services in São Paulo, or in the agribusiness area, very innovative, and others that are not innovative, perhaps in manufacturing and so on and so forth. So I think it's really important that when we look at Brazil, it's not just a monolith like this. It's a very complex and dynamic economy. But what problems do you, as such a dynamic and innovative company, what do you see that could help you do more?
Oh, you know, any labor reform will hit us right on target, of course. We are more like a labor intensive company than a capital expenditure intensive company. So any reform in that direction will definitely benefit us, either directly or indirectly, throughout the service chains that we support. And the other important aspect is the generation of the knowledge and the talents that we need to drive through, you know, whatever kind of innovation we have to put together. As I mentioned during the presentation, we're in an environment where it still requires us to do private investments to complete education. For example, of the software engineers we get out of the market, out of the college in Brazil. As we became international, and this is, you know, I'm trying to be positive about the benchmarking. As we became international and we found an environment like Colombia, for instance, with a better supply of that type of highly skilled labor force, you know, we also can balance it out a bit as a company, you know, where we put people, where we invest our R&D centers. But again, we have to go back to Brazil. We're also Brazilians, and we have to go back to Brazil and work in the foundation of the, you know, key issues that impact us in terms of educating the type of people we need locally. So it's a constant fight, an everyday fight.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to ask Marcus something. So we have this concept of innovation, and we now know that there are like 84 different factors that go into it, and you talked about some key factors. What is the impact of innovation on growth? Do we know that? I mean, in any concrete way? Can you measure it in any concrete way?
No, it's tremendous. I mean, essentially, if you think about, well, innovation is about productivity. Productivity is about long-term gains in incomes. It's an essential connection that you cannot break away from. The thing is, once again, there's innovation that will allow you to expand incomes to a certain point, and then after that, innovation is going to have to come from creative destruction. And perhaps I wanted to give an example that will allow us to see the difference. If you go to the eye doctor today, you're going to have your eyes examined. The eye doctor is going to bring closer to your face a machine that actually resembles the periscope of a submarine. And then the eye doctor is going to experience with different shades of lights and different distances for numbers and letters. And I learned that machine was produced 10 years ago by a company in Belgium for the average retail price of $10,000. 4 years ago, a company out of Shenzhen, China, came into the market and started selling the same machine for $2,500. So what were the Chinese doing in relation to this company in Belgium?
Stealing their IP?
They were doing that as well, but they were adaptively creating upon that original company. So that's innovation through creative adaptation. There is a Brazilian researcher who's doing something different. And I saw this the other day. I thought it was completely amazing. He gave me an iPhone, and he said, Marcus, bring the camera close to your eye globe. I brought it close to my eye globe. He pushed a specific app that he had on the screen. And then he looked at the iPhone and said, well, Marcus, you do not have to go to the eye doctor. And I said, why? What did this guy come up with? He created a device that allows for the iPhone to read the topography of your eye globe, right? And based upon that topography, it will tell you whether you're short-sighted or if you have astigmatism. And he has also worked the algorithms that help translate that topography into a metric scale that doctors use to say 2.5, 3.0 astigmatism. What is his business model? To sell that app for 99 cents as of January 2016. A Brazilian researcher. Where is he working his research? And where does he plan to bring his invention to market? In the US. He's working at the Media Lab at MIT. And he went to the best Brazilian schools. He only went to MIT as a postdoctorate researcher. And in reality, because he wanted to make that transition from the world of knowledge to the world of accomplishing something that is concrete. And that's what I was talking about when I mentioned congenial environment as an element to innovation. It is that kind of innovation that will make the difference when it comes to long-term expansion of incomes. And Brazil has everything within its powers to do so, except the institutional framework that will allow for that prosperity to flourish.
I think that concept of the ecosystem, and you mentioned a congenial environment, is extremely important. And that's what we have in the United States. It's a fluency, it's the VCs, the lawyers, all these things. And I have a Brazilian client that I'm assisting right now, got a PhD in a really fine university, and he decided not to go back to Brazil, not because he couldn't and because he doesn't love Brazil. He loves Brazil, but to do a startup, he needed VCs, he needs lawyers, he needs a community, he needs people that have done startups. And so maybe we need an innovation ecosystems without borders. Because
and it's an important thing that you bring up because, for the past few months, Brazilians are very proudly talking about science without borders, and of course, bringing students to the best universities in the world. It's wonderful, but Brazil does not necessarily have a science problem. As a matter of fact, some of the world's best scientists come from Brazil in engineering and medicine and in so many different areas. What Brazil has is a technology problem, and particularly a technology that is conceived of facing the market, one that you want to make money with. It's not because you want to improve the living standards of humanity, but because you want to make a fortune out of the innovation that you're bringing to market.
So let me ask you this, Richard. You painted this picture of Brazil going downward on the innovation scale. What do you think are the biggest risks to Brazil if they don't increase on the innovation scale, invest more in R&D, as Marcos said? Savings, I don't know so much about savings in Brazil, getting to 25%. The government is stimulating consumerism. That's a tough road to hoe. I don't know if they're going to do that. And especially in light of you mentioned Mexico. I mean, Mexico is now sort of becoming the darling and is moving toward the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and Brazil's sticking with Mercosur. What do you think the risks are?
Well, I think the risks, say at a micro level, is that you start to find Brazilian companies uncompetitive, and therefore they cannot sell their products in the global markets. Therefore, you start seeing layoffs, you start seeing more social unrest, and you can see a decline in the economy overall. I think Marcus's example of the machine that cost $10,000 that now costs $2,500, you have to be ahead of that curve. You can't wait to let it happen to you. You have to be out there innovating. And by the way, if the marketplace is going to go to a $2,500 machine, you better figure out how you're going to produce that $2,500 machine, or perhaps even beat that price in the global markets. there was a television program on Sunday night with 60 Minutes with Jeff Bezos from Amazon that created a lot of buzz. If you saw in the media the last few days, he announced this drone that was going to be delivering packages.
Within 30 minutes.
And he said, here's a fact. He said, all companies will eventually be destroyed. He said, you look at history, you look at companies that are around today, the companies that were around 50 years ago, 100 years ago, companies get destroyed. He said, my job as CEO is to prevent that destruction from happening as long as possible. So I'm trying to push that date out as far as I can, and I'm doing that by being innovative, by trying to create new products, new technologies, new ways to deliver our goods. And I think that's a message for everyone. By the way, not just Brazil. Everyone has to continue innovating.
Everyone has to continue innovating.
Yeah,
sure.
Nothing stands still.
So I've been told that we only have 5 more minutes, and so I would like to see if there's anybody in the audience. We have time for 1 or 2 questions. Well, 1, 2, or 3 questions. Okay. Do you have a microphone? Yeah, coming up.
Thank you. Carolina Costa with Macquarie. My question is for us to foster innovation in a country, the right regulatory and institutional frameworks must be set into place. And the past few months, we've been seeing a big discussion in the Brazilian Congress with regards to one of these frameworks, which is the Internet Framework Bill, or Marco Civil da Internet. I was just curious to hear your thoughts on this bill. While it sets some very important markers for technology and innovation in the country, it also has some controversial measures, such as data center localization. So just wanted to hear your thoughts on it.
So I think first Carlos, and then Marcos.
Yeah, we're reacting to this bill very recently. And as you said, there are many positive factors on it, and the most controversial one related to data centers and data protection, mixing up with the concept of geographical protection of data. It's still not clear because we already do cloud computing to sustain our business, and we already do offshore cloud computing, proprietary. Our data centers belong to our company, but we are already running transactions and businesses using computers abroad in our several platforms. So what I can say is I got from my legal department the position that I should not worry about the bill for now, unless it evolves towards something more complicated and protective. But that's as far as I can contribute to the question right now.
Marcus, do you know about that?
Yeah, I mean, my only comment is I agree completely with Carlos, and I think you should see that in light of the political side effects of the trauma created by what we all know as the NSA spying into Brazil. And how important that is politically for Dilma, not only domestically but internationally. Look at the speech she gave at the opening of the General Assembly here in New York. But once again, I agree with Carlos. I don't think that's going anywhere in order to make Brazilian internet an impediment to the free environment it should be in the first place.
Let me see. There was one person. Yes, sir, back there. Yes.
Dave Trubeck again. I think there's an interesting contradiction, and I'd like to ask you to comment on this. On the one hand, we heard from the minister and also from several of you a lot of information about programs to promote innovation in the Brazilian government environment. All sorts of acronyms, FINEP, SEPIR, whatever, blah, blah, blah. The numbers that the minister threw out were quite remarkable in terms of $15 billion worth of investment innovation. So on the one hand, we seem to have a very robust set of public policies, and on the other hand, Brazil is falling backward and the numbers are very low and depressing. So what's going on? Are the programs failing? Are the programs too new to evaluate? Something else?
I think it's a timing thing. Most of the programs that I discovered through my work were relatively new. They're relatively new programs that have been launched to try and promote innovation, and there is a time frame where the investments have to trickle down, create new products, new technologies, and have an impact on the economy. That was my take on it.
I would also say, though, there are these programs, but then the Brazil cost, the famous Brazil cost, comes into play. And so even when you have a government program like that, there's a lot of bureaucracy, for example, to get these tax breaks, and a lot of paper and time, and you have to hire people, and you know, they tend to be centralized in Rio or Sao Paulo. It's not spread around. So we'll see what the outcome is, but I think the bureaucracy problem is taking its toll.
May I just add perhaps that I think what the minister said this morning reflects a view that's been, as I see it, dominant in Brazil for the past 11, 12 years, which has to do with Brazil really practicing its own version of state capitalism. So when it comes to innovation, not only is the Brazilian state the financier, the banking, the fostering agent, but also the entrepreneur. Is that right? Is that going to work? Has this worked somewhere else? Or should, on the other hand, take the obstacles away and let the free entrepreneurial innovators build the prosperity? I think it's a philosophical problem to a certain extent, and that is why so very little reform has been enacted in the past 12 years.
I would compliment just saying that definitely what has been done recently is robust, is solid, but it's a first step. It's a matter of timing, and I also think it's a matter of speed. We have to speed up on top of what has been put together by the government right now. Brazil is a capitalist country. It was a lot worse before with all these policies where the private sector had to do mostly by themselves. Now, we have made this progress, and it's a matter of building on top of it as fast as you can, so that the future comes faster towards us.
And to the end, Dilma has said that she wants to take steps to reduce the Brazil cost and so on and so forth.
Correct. There's a lot of homework to do, but
There's a lot of homework.
First steps have been done.
Paulo.
No, just one way to measure the evolution of innovation would be to look into this number. 80% of scientists in Brazil work at the universities. 80% of scientists in the United States work at companies. See if that moves in Brazil. And
Interesting.
create the right policies to make people that do basic research to go where they can innovate.
Right.
And because Brazilians are talented in doing that. If they cannot do this there, I know a lot of them. They are all at Cambridge, in Massachusetts, doing in the medical area. They are innovating there because they find the right environment to innovate.
Right.
And they're working for companies.
Exactly to Marcus's point. And many of them are in Los Angeles, where we have lots of engineers, and in the Silicon Valley, too. We have great poles. Yes. Yes. And I think after you, and then I think we have to end. So.
Yeah, Michael Fellman. I think one of the things you have to discuss when you're talking about innovation is kind of the culture of taking risk and then the potential failure. I mean, that is really where innovation kind of rises out of the ashes. And until you develop that type of a culture, it's going to be very difficult, especially from a systemic point of view. And where governments are reluctant to accept failure, it's going to be very hard, in my opinion. I mean, we're global technology investors, so I have some experience with this. And you have to, most innovation doesn't work. That's the bottom line. Maybe 1 out of 10 or whatever, 2 out of 10 works. But the fact of the matter is you have to be able to take this kind of risk. You have to accept failure, because really from that is really where you eventually will have success. And just curious on comments on that. It's not just to Brazil, we find that in other countries as well.
No, it's just that international statistics show that Brazilians are risk takers. According to the World Entrepreneurship Monitor, Brazilians are some of the most entrepreneurial people on earth, right? So I of course agree with the cultural aspect related to risk taking and how that turns out into more innovation. But that's perhaps not where the bulk of the obstacles lie when it comes to Brazil's impediment to becoming a more innovative society. Because once again, the dynamism and the entrepreneurial spirit is there, but then locked within a framework that is not congenial to innovation at all.
So,
yes. So back to the theme of leapfrogging brought up at an earlier panel. Recently there was a piece featured in the Harvard Business Review by RRI about how Africa could leapfrog the rest through a combination of mobile, ICT, and rapid prototyping, rapid innovation, rapid product cycling. So for Brazil, what institutions and infrastructure do you believe must be in place in order to best enable that outcome, that leapfrogging that it's so much sought after?
Richard, do you want to take a shot at that?
Well, I think some of the efforts the government's already taken in terms of working with research institutes and forming partnerships with private enterprise are a step in the right direction in order to facilitate that leapfrogging. But as we mentioned earlier, there's so many obstacles in place. If you can't get a patent for 8 years, and there's such a huge backlog in the patent office, there are some other things that are preventing, I think, entrepreneurs being able to leapfrog. So these impediments need to be removed as well.
So I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please do not get up from your seats, as we're going to head right on to our next part of the panel. If you could stay in your seats, please. Thank you. Now for the topic that is on so many minds today, energy. We have so much to cover between energy sources, subsalt oil discoveries, logistics of large-scale energy projects. But we'd first like to introduce and invite Dr. José Carlos Mireles from Pinheiro Neto to give us a snapshot of an inextricably linked aspect of the energy industry, infrastructure. Dr. Mireles. Here he is.
Well, good afternoon. While we wait here, it's a quick presentation. Just one comment on the previous panel on innovation. One of the reasons a lot of people say that there's difficulties in Brazil for innovating business is the legal framework, the legal environment. And some people say that it costs too much to set up a company, it costs too much to keep it running, and some blame the lawyers for that. And maybe they are right. The legal environment in Brazil is complex, especially on the tax and labor side. But one thing that we did at Pinheiro Neto was try to open possibility of really bringing clients that would actually the venture capitalists. So those projects that would start, but you don't have any certainty whether they would be successful or not. What we did was based on what we have in some states here in the United States, basically, try to run the risk with the businessmen. So we are not ready to get equity participation yet, and our bar association really does not like that. But we did, it was try to replicate an equity investment with our legal fees. So we actually, we identify a number of venture capital opportunities, and we will only get paid for the legal work as soon as they are getting paid, when they do obtain capital from investors. So at the end of the day, we'll only get fully paid when they really open the capital and go to the market. And obviously, we are running the risk. Some of the cases, in most of the cases, they do not succeed. But at least we can help them on that sense, and we can, obviously, we are on the expectation that some of them will bring us, at the end of the day, consider some profit on the work done. So I think that's also one point for that I would just want to make a comment on innovation and in Brazil. But going back to our panel, do we have the image there? So I have no idea which one we are. Well, they asked me to talk a little bit about infrastructure, and that just to prepare for the panel that would discuss energy. But obviously, infrastructure, it's much more than that. And I've worked in a law firm in São Paulo. I worked there for 30 years. It's one of the oldest law firms in Brazil. And for 30 years, I've heard about infrastructure problems. And we had several different phases on that. I worked a lot on the beginning on the oil process when Petrobras started working on that, and then later on the energy privatization, telecommunications. So we are step by step working toward a better infrastructure environment. But now we are in a new step, and some people say that the government does not want to talk about privatization, but rather they would be using the term concession. And I will talk a little bit about that. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how you call it. What we are doing right now is passing on from the public sector to the private sector some of the risk of some specific investments that must be made. And it has worked. In Brazil, we have an example of the telecommunication market. We have the incredible rate of 2 cell phones per person. So I don't know what everybody is doing with 2 cell phones, but it's amazing if you think that 15 years ago or 20 years ago, we had a huge line for telephone lines. You have to wait for years, and you pass a telephone line from father to son. You put that in your income state as one asset that you had. And suddenly today we have that situation with the telecommunication system. It worked because the public sector decided that the private sector would be responsible for that. And that's what we are doing in other areas today. That can be done in a simple concession structure. It can be done in a PPP. I will talk a little bit about that. Or in actual project finance in some of the cases. But in the concession projects, we had very recently, my firm was involved in the concession of airports. And we worked on the concession of the São Paulo airport first. Our client won that one. And now we were working for the same client for the Rio de Janeiro Galeão Airport, and they didn't get it. And it was considered a huge success because there was a big, the price was very substantial, and we were there on the auction, and at the end of the day, everybody was kind of scared of the number that was given by the winning bid. And we didn't go to the live auction because the margin was so big, so they decided just to sit tight and just watch. But at the end of the day, people say it was a success, but it eventually could be even a larger success. The government in this situation decided to make a restriction on who could participate. And one of the restrictions was related to companies that had already a concession on airports. That was, by the way, the case of my client. And that was a big discussion, and to be honest, I was quite satisfied with the fact that we were heard by the government, and we were received and we discussed, and the concern of the government was on an antitrust picture. They were fearing that competition would not happen if you have the same owner of the two main airports, which showed them that that was not the case. Actually, the airports would not really compete directly with each other. And what would happen is that on the auction itself, that competition would be hurt. And it was a fact because the concessionaires that had already a concession, they were limited to 50% participation on the new one, the new auction, on the companies, on the concessionaires that would participate and bid for the new airport. So at the end of the day, some people say that the amount paid could be even larger if we had full possibility of competition. But then again, we mentioned, I will be really brief here because I know we are kind of late, but one of the things on PPP is that, and here I think it's essential because you cannot talk about infrastructure without talking a little bit about PPPs, the public-private partnerships. Some people say that in Brazil, it hasn't worked, but I can tell you that it did in several occasions. It is not what the success that was in England. That's where it started. And some people say that even in England, they are having second thoughts about that. But in Brazil, it's still a very interesting structure because that's when you actually you are able to divide risk of the project between the public sector and the private. And in Brazil, that is being used for projects that could not generate enough revenue to pay itself. So that's true. It's not true for toll roads, for instance, but it is true for hospitals or jails. And we have been, or in water and sewage projects, we have done one, we work on one for the water and sewage company in Bahia, in the city of Salvador. It was something that it could not be possible to be explored by the private sector by itself. So we had a PPP there, and that was what made it possible to be built. So that's one example. Will be obviously, and the government has identified the need for investment in infrastructure. So it was created a new instrument that has been used quite often right now, what they call the debentures de infraestrutura. The debentures are pretty much the same structure that we are already familiar with, but you have some tax incentives. And the idea is that those debentures will generate funds that will have to be, the use of proceeds will be destinated to some projects that are approved by a certain ministry. So it depends on what side, what exactly the area we'll be talking about. For instance, in the airport project, they all had some debentures infrastructura involved in the funding of the project. So it is considered something that is really successful. Another thing that that is being used a lot is the so-called FIPS. It's a structure that will allow especially foreign participation with a special tax benefit to invest in equity related to specific projects. We have used that in several different structures. Finally, we have the FDICs, or the receivable funds, and they are key also for most of the projects in infrastructure, because they would get some of the receivables that would be generated with the project itself to fund the finance structure that it would be needed to be put in place. So the reason I mention all those instruments is just to say that one thing that we do have in infrastructure in Brazil right now is the legal framework, the instruments that would allow investments in those areas that are really with a huge demand. So what we say, we have the legal framework, and now finally we have what we call the legal stability, let's say, and with the most of the governments, the state governments and the federal government, respecting agreements related to those projects. So we had in the past a lot of difficulties when some bid or some concession had their rules changed in the middle of the game, and with a different government, for instance. That could bring, and that did bring, a lot of problems for future projects. It's like when we discuss risk factors, for instance, in a issue of bonds. Until a couple of years ago, we still had as a risk factor centralization of exchange that happened in Brazil in the 70s, in the beginning of the 80s. So if you miss one, if you do something wrong, that will haunt you for many, many years. So now I think we have an environment that is considered by the investors as sound and solid. And the fact that the governments have been respecting the agreements related to infrastructure projects is very, very comforting. So I know that on the panel we'll talk about energy. So I will not take your time right now. We can discuss on the panel. It's just that I want to make one comment, is that we also work a lot for the African Development Bank, and we do work related to infrastructure in several countries in Africa. And the reason why we start doing that was because there was a lot of similarities between the countries in Africa and some of the countries in Africa and Brazil. So not just on the demand side, but on the legal structure. So we helped the ADB to present some alternatives on the legislation related to that, to make it feasible to develop new projects. And we did that in Tanzania, we did that in Mozambique, and now even in São Tomé and Príncipe. So it is interesting to see how they view Brazil as, even though obviously in São Tomé and Príncipe, for instance, we're talking about a country with 200,000 people, and I would say in Brazil have 200 million people. But proportionally, we had the same fears or the same goals. And it was interesting to see how they look at Brazil as something that it worked. And they would like to replicate the good things that we did, and that's what we're doing together with the UN and the AGB. And also in São Tomé and Príncipe, they love Brazil because of the novelas, the soap operas, and and football. But it was a good example of different experiences being useful for different countries. So I appreciate, thank you for your time, and we'll discuss more about energy in the panel. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, so I don't need to do anything.
Okay. Am I good? Is this on? Great. Well, thank you for being with us today. And I know this is the last panel today, so we promised to spice it up and try to provide some provocative comments. So I'd like to, first of all, thank the panelists for joining us today. And also for Jose Carlos for providing his initial remarks on financing infrastructure, which is actually very critical to the topic we have today, which is energy and the importance that we all face in seeing Brazil really grow their production and meet the demands that they have on the energy side. So I'm now going to do some brief introductions of the panel. Immediately to my left is Andrzej Skluski. He's the Director, President, and CEO of AES Corporation, which is a diversified power generation and utility company, and the second largest private electricity generator in Brazil, I believe. Andres has also held executive leadership roles at EDC and Grupo Santander, and he's also worked at the IMF. And to his left is Blair Thomas, the CEO of EIG Global Energy Partners, a global asset management firm with over $15 billion of capital deployed across 34 countries. Blair is the portfolio manager for all energy and infrastructure-related funds. He's previously held positions at the IDB, at the law firm Brown & Wood, and as an energy advisor in the first Bush White House. And to his left is Jorge Quemain, a lawyer at Skadden Arps, where he specializes in the structuring, developing, and financing of energy and infrastructure projects, as well as M&A. And prior to joining Skadden, Jorge was counsel at the World Bank. So in sort of framing up this discussion, I think this panel comes at a very critical and exciting time for Brazil, where the world is really focused on the future of Brazil energy. In the most recent release of the IEA's November World Energy Outlook, Brazil was touted to be at the leading edge of deep water and low carbon energy development, and it is a central part of this year's World Energy Outlook. On the supply side, Brazil's oil production is expected to triple to 6 million barrels a day by 2035. And if they get there, that would account for 30% of the net growth in global production. And as I'm sure we'll discuss today, that growth in production is very much focused on the, what's required of it is intense infrastructure investments. On the demand side, we've seen a doubling of consumption since 1990 due to economic growth and the expanding middle class that we heard about today. And the IEA projects demand to rise 80% by 2035. We're also expecting to see continued growth that's going to require $90 billion on average in investment in domestic energy, and that's across oil, gas, and power. So, as I begin this discussion with the panelists, I look forward to discussing with them and with you what it's going to take to meet some of these long-term goals that Brazil has in terms of production, investment, and in meeting demand needs in light of some of the challenges that we're seeing the market facing, such as investment needs, bottlenecks in the supply chain, infrastructure constraints, and the policy environment. So with that, what I'd like each of the three panelists to my left to start off with is your perspective on what does the future energy picture look like in Brazil?
All right, I'll go ahead and start. I'll speak about the electricity sector. So the electricity sector in Brazil is quite large already. It's about the size of the UK and Italy combined. So it's 129 gigawatts, which is quite large. Now, with Brazil, it has the problem that it's very gifted. It has the greatest hydro potential in the world. It's the greatest in the world, bigger than China. And so right now, it's a system that has traditionally relied a lot on hydroelectricity. So even today, 2/3 of energy produced in Brazil is hydro. Now that has a risk, and the risk is what happens when you have a very bad drought. So Brazil had a very bad experience in 2001 and 2002 that led to rationing. It was really led to a lot of problems. Well, this year, we had the worst drought in 70 years in Latin America. And we had a very strange weather phenomenon that northern Latin America and southern Latin America both had droughts. They're usually La Nina and El Niño, they work inversely. So this was a very odd drought. And it shows, I think, the problem of being so dependent on hydro. So Brazil handled it very well. You did not have rationings, you did not have brownouts. But it came at a high cost. And the high cost was that the government dispatched relatively old, inefficient thermal plants. So when you say, in terms of Brazil's, can it meet its future energy needs? Yes, absolutely. The basic idea is that it will go from 129 gigawatts of necessary capacity to about 190 over the roughly next 20 years. It's about a 50% growth. It has the capability to do it. The question is, will it do it as well as it can? And what I think Brazil really needs is to incentivize more the thermal area. And the reason for that is that, one, if you have a drought, you need to have that thermal backup. It will have ample gas supplies. I think really that's the answer. And if you go in the area of renewables, every time you put up a wind farm, you need a backup gas plant. That's what they don't tell you, but that's true. And the same thing with a solar farm. So our company, we do everything except for nuclear, so I'm agnostic about this, but I just think it's a technical reality. So the answer is yes, they will meet this growing 4% a year of increased demand. They have the wherewithal. The real question is, how efficiently will they do it?
I'm going to focus on oil and gas. We invest in energy around the world, and in energy or in oil and gas, there's two major trends going on in the world. The one are the unconventional plays in the U.S., the shale plays, which I'm sure you've heard about. The other one, though, is offshore Brazil, and it's the so-called pre-salt reserves. Well, what are they exactly? You've got upwards of 50 billion barrels of oil located about between 100 and 200 kilometers offshore of Brazil in 1 to 2 kilometers of water. From the seabed floor, then you go down another 5 or 6 kilometers, and you've got these massive oil reserves. When you're going through that substrata, you go through about a 2-kilometer thick layer of salt. And so the oil is below the salt, which is why it's referred to as pre-salt. So in geologic terms, it happened before the salt. Why is the salt relevant? Well, for years, the salt presented two big problems. One is it was very hard to drill through. The other is you couldn't see through it. So before you go out offshore and drill wells that can cost a couple $100 million per well, you shoot 3D seismic. You take a picture, you see what's there. So you have a pretty good idea of what you're targeting before you start. Well, the salt was so dense that you couldn't shoot seismic through it. And so what changed in the last decade is through enhanced computing, seismic is now able to penetrate the salt. And so they were able to do that. They shot seismic and they realized there was a massive oil find beneath it. They went out and drilled the first well, first discovery in 2006. That first well took 18 months to drill and cost a little over $200 million. The result is now you've got this massive oil find. And it's going to be 30 years to develop these reserves. Petrobras is just starting right now, but it's the single largest CapEx program of any company in the world in any sector. $237 billion just in the first 5 years of what is a 30-year development program. The ultimate tab will be several hundreds of billions of dollars to develop. So if you think about $237 billion over 5 years, that works out to about $1 billion a week. So it's a staggering undertaking for any company. I think Petrobras is highly regarded globally, and particularly in offshore, but the scale of what they're undertaking is off the chart. And so that also creates opportunity, and that's why private investors like us are there. So the opportunity set is enormous. The challenges are equally enormous.
Thought I might add, sort of start, I think you've gotten a great perspective really on power and oil and gas, and maybe explain a little bit how I might have ended up on this panel. I've been very privileged in that you always should worry when there are two lawyers on one panel and it's not a legal conference. But I have been privileged in that I was sharing with Andres, I started my career literally as a lawyer in training, going to Brazil and watching in '97 what I didn't realize at the time was probably the beginning of the end of the great era of privatization in Brazil. So I started there and was fortunate have been fortunate over my career to watch Brazil through this policy development from a number of vantage points. So, you know, started with power. I was fortunate that I had clients who post 2000 were then having to re-examine some of the assets that they had purchased, deal with the backlash of privatization of the so-called Washington Consensus, and think about how to make assets viable. And the last thing they were thinking about, because of a lot of other things going on in the energy markets, was how to make more investments, notwithstanding potential opportunities. So yeah, I watched that Novo Modelo, the new model, and then I ended up moving at the bank in World Bank in 2005 and had a chance to work with Brazil in a capacity where I was dealing with states and the federal government on high-level policy. And you could really see how they were trying to grapple with some of the politics part of the policy and how challenging that could be. And then subsequently back in the private sector, have been able to follow along both on oil and gas and power. And I guess my observation, for what it's worth, is, and those who've known me probably wonder, you know, sort of still, you know, personal affinity for Brazil, but the tremendous economic opportunity. Because as you were saying, the World Economic Outlook has said, I mean, there's no question there's a need for 3% more power. I mean, I defer to Andres, but 3% more new installed capacity every year. You know, I think the figure I saw was $555 billion a year of new investment required. So just on the power side, there's no doubt that there's an opportunity. I think on the oil and gas side, I couldn't have put it better than Blair did. But clearly, I mean, everyone who follows Petrobras realizes they have tremendous resource needs on capital in terms of equipment. They need partners, et cetera. So the opportunity is there. And so I think, you know, what continues to draw me there is, fortunately, clients who are seeking opportunities. And those have kind of coalesced on two fronts most recently. A lot on finance, financial institutions who want to get into Brazil, who want to understand how to play in that space, but who have found, and we may talk about this later, that there are a number of challenges to being competitive in that market. And one of them is how to provide competitive financing for some of these projects where BNDES is also providing financing. And so that's created some challenges that when we go to Chile or we go to even Peru, which is not comparable to Brazil, haven't been obstacles. And they've been able to tap a broader set of resources in order to finance energy and infrastructure. And so grappling with that and trying to understand that has been a challenge. As well as one of the other sectors we're fortunate to work in is renewables. And so we've had a number of clients who are very interested in expanding in solar, and we can talk about some of the issues there because, I mean, we can talk about the competitiveness of an expensive solar power, but it's interesting to unbundle that and also think about the fact that by some measures Brazil could supply 10% of its demand through solar. Now, obviously, that's not taking the cost from perspective, but just talking about the resource, the irradiation that's available in Northeast Brazil. So, I mean, I think there's sort of a bundle of issues there that continue to make it interesting, but it's a compelling story. You just always want to see it fulfilled. So, I mean, I think that's be interesting to see how our discussion develops.
Thank you. So for the next 20 or so minutes, I'll ask questions of the panel, and then we'll open it up to the audience. And before I go any further, I should introduce myself. I realize I failed to do that. My name is Cassia Janasek. I'm at McKinsey & Company, where I work in the energy and corporate finance practices. And I have a history of working in energy, both in private equity, and have spent time in Brazil, investing in Brazil, and prior to that at BP and at Bechtel. So in my first couple of questions actually are for Jorge and also Jose Carlos. Jose Carlos, and it's on the financing side of things. And so Jorge, I'd like to ask you about, you know, what's the state of the private sector banking activity in Brazil? What are who's financing what? What are the types of financing structures you're seeing? And for Jose Carlos, I would love to hear from you perspective on what you think are the optimum financing structures that should be in place. You know, particularly I'm curious about your perspective on oil and gas and Petrobras and if they're engaging in some project finance structures. So we'll start with Jorge.
I mean, I think that, you know, I of course, we hate to speak for the banks who are our clients, so I'm certainly not trying to do that. But I would say, I mean, my observation is that, particularly in the power, I sort of see it as power and oil and gas as sort of separate. And so in very broad brush generalizations, what I typically see is that, you know, on the power side, BNDES is a critical player. And so when it comes to private commercial banks, it's really participating through BNDES. And it's a very different role now, and that's different from when I started. I mean, I almost hate to say this, but I remember I may have worked on the last project financing for one of our, or that actually didn't close, for one of our U.S. bank clients in Brazil. But there just hasn't been, and we talk about project financing, but in the power space, and Andres can correct me if I'm overlooking something, other than, I mean, in terms of, I should actually make another digression. When I think about financing, we're talking about new projects, right? So we talked about new construction that needs to be done. And you think about, well, that's construction financing. And that's when the high, you know, if you're talking about risk, that's the highest risk. And so, you know, who's going to provide that? And I would make that distinction because I think certainly once you have operating assets that are generating revenues, we see project bonds and we see, you know, the role for the capital markets. And part of that, without getting too overly technical, sometimes comes down to, you know, when you're building, things happen. It doesn't necessarily mean that you were wrong, but things happen. You need to have a dialogue with your lenders to make changes. That's something that you can do with banks a lot more easily than going to a lot of people holding bonds or notes. And so there are a lot of other reasons, but you see that bifurcation where for construction financing, you would tend to want banks, and there the commercial banks, I think, find some difficulty competing with BNDES. And then you see, okay, well, perhaps once things are operational, you have like these portfolio wind financings that have been happening and other financings. Sure, the capital markets are there and you can fund that, but that's, again, you've got that gap of building new things. On the oil and gas side, I feel, and again, Blair can correct me, but I feel there you see more private sector banks, but it's a different model. I mean, you're talking about drillship financings. Again, you know, they can, first off, there's not as much, perhaps, I mean, BNDES is there, but it's playing perhaps not quite as active a role. And it's also, you know, in the drillship financings, a different model where you're seeing a revenue stream that's predictable and they can analyze risk, you know, chartering the vessels. And it's a different model. You know, interesting to sort of ask, you know, what's going to happen when you look at Libra and you look at, you know, some of the upstream investments, you know, are those going to be coming from, you know, where are those going to be coming from? The one thing I'm really grossly overlooking that I just want to highlight is even when we talk about other alternatives to BNDES, you know, it's dominated by multilaterals. And I don't mean that as a criticism, but I mean, I think it's interesting when it's hard because you don't know what the counterfactual is, right? You don't know what if BNDES was, what if IDB was not the one, you know, what if, you know, US Exim Bank wasn't providing, you know, facilities at Petrobras. But, you know, those are the ones who are in the market. And so I think the question then to where you're going is, you know, what do the commercial banks need to get in? Because we hear BNDES wants that to happen.
And adding to what you're saying and answering your point, I think we'll take some time for the commercial banks to do that because when you talk about project finance in Brazil, we still have some legal issues that would eventually, for some, would not even qualify as a project finance in pure terms. I work a lot for Standard & Poor's, and we had very interesting work that we did to see whether you could actually say that you have project finance in Brazil or not, because obviously the rating of the project finance, it should be different from the rating of the sponsor or the others involved. And at the end of the day, we say today you could not say that there was one project finance, conceptually speaking, there was a project finance. There's still, for a number of reasons, the courts are still reluctant to actually see that as an independent, completely independent project. So assets that would not somehow be involved in a problem with the sponsor. So especially labor and tax, the courts are still trying to assess assets that belong to the project, not to the sponsor. So that means that there is a risk. In theory, project finance should be the risk of the project, not the risk of the sponsor. And you cannot say in Brazil that's the case today. So that's why you have BNDES, IDB, still as the major players, because they know they have a different agenda. They know that if they do not do it, there will be no funding for those structures. So I think we are walking toward a situation in a legal environment, legal framework, that we will be able to have an actual project finance, and that would be one of the main sources of funding for infrastructure, for sure.
Thank you. And now moving over to our foreign investor panelists. I'd like to ask each of you, Blair and then Andres, if you had $1 billion to spend today, and I know each of you do, where would you put it in Brazil, in your respective sectors? And once you put that investment capital to work, what would keep you up at night in terms of risk to your investment thesis?
Well, again, focusing on oil and gas, we've invested about $1.5 billion in Brazil in the last 2 years. So why don't I just describe what we did? And so we made 3 investments, and they're all off of this development story around pre-salt. So the first thing we thought about was actually participating in the upstream is very high risk, high reward. That's really the big boys. That's the super majors and Petrobras. So private investors, there's really not a role to play in that. Where we look at it, it's more of a midstream and infrastructure play. You've got, Petrobras needs to create an entire infrastructure network to commercialize 50 billion barrels of oil, and it's going to take 20 and 30 years to do it. And so that's where, from a private investor standpoint, we see opportunity. So at the front end of that, we looked at it and we said, well, what's the first thing that's going to happen with all this development activity that's going to kick off? Legacy infrastructure assets are going to be more valuable. Demand is going to increase for energy. It takes energy to produce energy. So what's the first thing we did is we went and bought a big ownership stake in the largest natural gas pipeline in Brazil, the BTB, Bolivia to Brazil pipeline. We're the largest non-Brazilian shareholder in that now. It provides 35% of Brazil's daily gas consumption today. So that's the first thing, is you look at legacy infrastructure. Next you go to what's going to happen in terms of development activity. You look at what Petrobras is going to do. They're going to have they have these massive offshore reserves. First thing you have to do is drill the wells. And so to do that, you need what are known as dynamically positioned drill ships. Petrobras needs about 40 of them. There are 40 in existence in the world today, and each one costs about $700 million. And so it's a massive undertaking, and so we worked with them and formed a company called Sete Brazil, which owns a series of drill ships, and then we charter them to Petrobras. So really we're factoring, and Petrobras has these long-term contracts, and we're factoring those contract payments. So when you talk about financing structures in oil and gas, the reason why you can do it in oil and gas is ultimately all roads lead back to Petrobras. So even though you're technically, your borrower is not Petrobras, you're really factoring contracts with Petrobras. That's what allows private investors to step in. So now you've drilled the wells. Ultimately, you're going to, the third leg of the stool, then you're going to look to commercialize those reserves. Well, all that oil has to come on shore. It has to be transshipped, it has to be processed, services have to be provided to it. Where does that happen? There are no ports in Brazil. The logistics don't exist to handle that quantity of oil. And so we just acquired a company from Ike Batista that has the largest port in the Americas, larger than any port in the US, second largest port in the world. So a massive undertaking. It's under construction. It's called Açu. It's about 300 kilometers north of Rio. So that's just an example. That's the way we would think about it from an investor standpoint, is you kind of methodically think through the process and where do you want to position yourself. Some of them are near-term bets, some of them are longer-term bets, but it's all about that same theme.
When talking about the electric sector in Brazil, what one has to understand is that really it's auction-based. So you can't sort of plan to invest unless you win the auction. And that affects everything. For example, you were talking about the financing structures. One of the reasons that BNDES plays such a fundamental role in the electricity sector is that its loans are about 200 basis points below what the commercial banks would be. And the infrastructure debentures that you mentioned are 100 basis points, and they aren't as large. So that determines that if you don't have BNDES financing, it's unlikely that you will win the auction for new energy. So that's number one. The second is Brazil is large, as we all know. So it needs 6,000 megawatts a year. What we were talking about, that's almost like one of the, there are 2 grids in Chile. That's one of them a year, to put them into perspective. So that's a lot of investment that is needed in the sector. So a lot of this is going to the sort of mega projects, hydro projects in the north. But I come back to my point that I really think that what Brazil needs is access to that gas, to have the thermal backup, So when the weather doesn't cooperate, you know, there's more energy security, and you can actually have a more efficient system. But to realize in Brazil, it's not like we could actually invest, you know, have a plan to invest. It's, you first have to go and say, well, these are the projects I have, I'll win the auction, and then I invest. So getting back to that, I mean, we have two interesting gas projects in Sao Paulo, 1,000 megawatts between the two, pretty much permitted, but there's no gas supply. So how can you enter into an auction? You see, you have no long-term gas prices in Brazil. So that basically limits the auctions more to the hydros because you don't have this, which I don't think at the end is the optimal mix. You'll have a big part of hydro, but you need to have these other ones. So they've had energy-specific auctions, for example, in wind and in solar. I think that they were successful in getting things built. We have to see in terms of long-term whether it was a good investment. Perhaps they need something similar in gas to make it happen.
What about a capacity payment?
Sure, but that would mean a complete, revamp of the system. So you're playing within the rules. But it is interesting if you think, for example, Brazil versus Chile. For a while, China was building a Brazilian electric system a year. In terms of the size of things. So Brazil's big, but in the scope, it could be, it's perfectly manageable. But the problem is, I think, under the current rules, you'll tend to get a lot more hydros.
So now I want to ask a question of the panel, and whoever would like to take this, feel free, about some of the challenges that we're seeing in the fact that, with these huge amounts of investment that are going into these sectors, given the demand needs and the production targets, and that's causing some bottlenecks in the system. So, certainly I've seen with work with my clients that, throughout the entire energy value chain, particularly around oil and gas, we're seeing supply chain constraints, and whether that be labor shortages, which is a very critical problem, or equipment challenges. I think that's certainly something that we're facing in Brazil, and it's only further complicated by local content rules. So I'd just be curious if the panel could take a stab at what you see are some of these challenges in actually getting the work done, even if the investment is there, even if the interest is in getting these projects done.
Well, one comment I was just like to say is in the future. I think we talk about bottlenecks here, gargalos, and transportation in general is one. And we have already addressed the toll road system in Brazil. I think we are getting there. There's still, you have very good projects done with concessions or PPPs, so it worked very well. Now with the airports, it's something that is being done. I think the big challenge now would be the railway. The government wants trains, so that would be the main focus now of the government. That they really need that for everything we are talking about here, for infrastructure, for agriculture, for oil and gas. Everything would be related also to the train system. So I think that would be the next big issue, the next big goal on infrastructure in Brazil right now.
Well, I always like to say a few things that are negative on these things. So let me, just to create a little perspective and maybe spark a little thought. But I think the opportunity and the potential is huge. I think Brazil is likely to underachieve what it could do. And I point to two things right now that are big challenges. Local content's a challenge. And as it relates to oil and gas and the licensing rules requiring Petrobras to be the operators is a challenge. So as it relates to local content, obviously a worthy political and regulatory goal as an investor, that's not my business. I don't think about those things. What I think about is what's the delivered cost of a product and how timely and efficient can you be. And and we're just one investor, but in our internal modeling and assumptions in making investments where we have heavy local content requirements, we add about 20% to what we think it's going to cost and about 20% to how long we think it's going to take. And we factor that into our business model. Well, that's a big tax on society at the end of the day.
Does that happen in any jurisdiction that?
Some, but not all. I mean,
content is pretty common in the oil industry, isn't it? Other countries?
Depend. I mean, certainly it's not in the United States. It's not in Australia. It's not in the North Sea. All big oil jurisdictions that we operate in. Certainly some countries do have it. The scale of what is going on in Brazil right now, I think, magnifies the issue. I mean, everything is larger in Brazil. So local content is one. And the operatorship. You just had the Libra auction. And it's interesting to look at it from one, is the glass half full or half empty? Some people view it as a big success. I actually don't. Yes, you had this massive signing bonus and you had a successful bid, but you had one bidder and it was at the minimum. And so what would have been interesting to me is if you went out with the exact same bid rules and you said to bidders, you can bid this two ways. You can bid it with Petrobras as operator and you can bid it with you as operator. And submit both bids. And I guarantee you they would not have been the same number. And so it's not a knock on Petrobras. Petrobras is a world-class company. The scale of what they're doing and the amount of capital that companies are having to deploy, the signing bonus on Libra was $7 billion. That was based on one well. You had one well of data in a massive field, and you had to pay $7 billion to get the opportunity to drill the second well. And you're telling people then, and oh, by the way, you don't get to operate it. Somebody else is going to do it. That's a missed opportunity in my view. And so that's something that I think should be changed. And I think you'd get a lot more foreign participation if you did it.
I think.
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to trample on the power side, but I just wanted to add something very, very brief, just picking up on this issue of local content. And show why I was in the legal department at the World Bank and not an economist. But I sort of struggle, and I mean that seriously, I don't have an answer, but look at solar, and initially, as I mentioned, there's sort of a great resource, and you look at that, and there are a lot of proponents in the industry who talk about that. And then, of course, the next answer is, well, but they're not competitive. They didn't, they weren't competitive in the A3 auction. Who knows if they will be in A5? And then you dig a little deeper, and you see, well, so part of the issue is financing, and there's only one company that manufactures locally, so there's not a lot of domestic production. And if you import, you're subject to taxes. And if you want the BNDES financing, which is cheap, you'd have to have 60% local content. And you start to look through, and I, like I said, it's probably me because I'm a lawyer. I'm just not smart enough to figure out how those different policy choices play out. I mean, I wish you could do exactly what Blair was saying, and it would be interesting to see. If you put these things side by side, would some of these programs, you don't have the counterfactual, they be successful? And the only thing I would say, and I say this without a lot of study, having been working with some of our clients in sub-Saharan Africa, including South Africa, the DOE program there for renewable energy has been very successful. The prices are coming down. They absolutely have, black economic empowerment, and I'm dangerously only slightly knowledgeable enough about BEE requirements, but there is this concept about how do you promote domestic development, how do you do transfer of labor, everything else, but there seems to be a contrast there. I mean, you're getting the low prices, you're getting the investment, you're getting a lot of projects being proposed and developed. Why is that not happening in Brazil? So I think when you get into the details, I mean, I agree with Jose Carlos. I mean, I'm usually the first one. Don't criticize. We had local Made in America for our DOE loan guarantee program. So as
we know how well that works.
Well, but I can't sort of be up here and say, oh, in the United States we would never require local content. But I think there's local content and there's local content. I think that's maybe the question of how you approach it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I'm a recovering economist. I'm recidivist sometimes. So the infant industry argument, I mean, if you get to the theoretical part, is that you have to protect it till it grows up. So the real question is, when is it grown up and when do you take the protection away? Because if you are protecting this industry, it does mean higher costs. I mean, forget it. There's no two ways around it. Competition lowers costs. So the economic justification for local content and protecting is the infant industry argument. And that's fine, but you say, well, I'll protect it for 10 years and I'll get to a certain point. You have sort of the case perhaps of Embraer of being successful, now being an exporter. So only when you're really capable of exporting and competing are you, in my view, world class. So that's the first question. In my particular sector, I mean, Brazil is an exporter of knowledge of how to build hydro dams, for example, and is doing it all over the world and is competitive and they win projects everywhere. On the other hand, if you take something like wind, where you have very high domestic content requirements, I'd just sort of ask, well, you know, at the end, who benefits from that? And at what time does Brazil really think it's going to have a competitive wind industry and export it? Because if you see the people who are most competitive in domestic content wind turbines, they're foreign companies. So, you know, the question is, what are you exactly creating and who are you sharing the pie? And if you think of something like solar, what's really happened in the world in solar is that the Chinese overbuilt their capacity in China and are actually selling at very, you know, sort of covering marginal costs and getting them, you know, they had a somewhat of a trade dispute here in the States about that. Well, you know, if that's the situation, you can benefit, quite frankly, from getting this, or does Brazil really want to get into that sector where, if you look at what happened to the German companies that were the leaders in this, quite frankly, a lot of them had very poor economic results. So I think the real question is, what's the thinking behind it? Is it going to be an infant industry forever? You know, is it going to be the sort of 30-year-old teenager living in his mother's basement? Or, you know, is he, you know, the little football star that you're training in the day of tomorrow goes out and plays, you know, for a world-class team? And that's the question. So you have examples where Brazil has done that, you know, in the construction companies of the hydros. Embraer is an example. But I'm not sure all of these will end up being those sort of world-class companies.
Mm. Yeah, very interesting. It's almost like you have to stop and say, well, what's the goal here? And, you know, what does that mean? Because, you know, as you say, absolutely, if you've got the GEs of the world and the Halliburtons, you know, meeting the requirement of local content, you know, what is that really doing from a policy perspective? So I have a couple more questions and we'll open it up. You know, one of the things we haven't chatted about yet is the role of some other emerging economies in terms of trade and partnerships with Brazil on energy. China obviously is the largest trading partner of Brazil. They've invested $18 billion, I believe, in energy last year in Brazil, and they are certainly importing a lot of Brazil resources. There's also quite a bit of growing partnerships with Africa, and so if some of you could comment on that those trade relationships and what they mean.
Oh, can I just add to those, because to me it's very important as someone who, despite this sojourn I had with Sub-Saharan Africa these last several months, you know, focused on Latin America. And to me, because I think it comes also back to some of the points that Andres and Blair were making, you know, the interesting thing is that there is finance capacity, for example, strong finance capacity coming out of Brazil, but it's going outside. It's going to finance, you know, if you look at Banco Pactual, like, you know, financing projects in Peru, you know, in other parts of Latin America. So in terms of finance and that capabilities there, same with, you talk, going back to, you know, the national champions, you know, with Odebrecht and Camargo Correa and the big construction companies who are undertaking big infrastructure and energy projects outside of Brazil. And even Eletrobras, and even, you know, some of the state-owns like Petrobras, up until recently when they had to perhaps re-examine their commitments outside of Brazil. I mean, it's interesting to see the important role that all of those companies, you know, Petrobras, you know, in the power sector, oil and gas sector, and infrastructure, and finance, they've all been playing in Latin America as well. And I think that's pretty key.
I guess what I would say is if you look at those trade relationships, it really is a question of, you know, not only volume, because if you're exporting a lot of raw materials, that's a different trade relationship than when you actually have supply chains that are becoming integrated. So it's a very interesting. The U.S. may be the second trade partner of Brazil, but actually I think qualitatively it's better. You know, when you get on the Embraer jet here in New York and a regional, you know, it probably has U.S. avionics on it and it's going to have U.S. engines on it. And so actually the success of Embraer is related to, you know, that trade relationship with the States. That's different from exporting iron ore. You know, that's a very lower value added business. So I actually think that the interrelationship between the U.S. and the Brazilian economy is a more interesting one. If you look at the big Chinese investments in Brazil, they were basically in transmission, where the Chinese do have recently some of the really leading edge technologies in high voltage. So I think, you know, what Brazil should be looking at is becoming part of these integrated supply chains like what you have from Canada through Mexico. which is tremendous. I think one of the big winners of the shale gas revolution in the U.S. may actually be Mexico, because as you have a lot of that production, say, establishing itself in North America, a lot of it's going to be in Mexico, and they will benefit from cheaper gas prices, et cetera. So I think you have a very interesting trade, what's going on in the Pacific Alliance, the TPP, and it'd be nice to see Brazil participate in something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm going to have one more question, and then we'll open it up, which is, and my last question, and if you could just have a very short answer to this, which is, if you could give a policy recommendation to President Dilma on energy, what would it be?
Competition.
I think have an exit. I think to pick up on something that Blair and Andres were saying, particularly on the financing side, have an exit for BNDES when we talk about it, but start weaning people off of that.
I would say competition for not just energy, for all infrastructure.
I think I'll go with the rest of the panel.
Great. Well, I invite you all to raise your hands if you have a question for the panel. In the back.
Hi, good evening. My name is Albert Golson from the Overseas Press Club of America. The panel has discussed many issues with respect to policy, economics, a lot of technical issues as well, technical challenges. One of the key areas that was not touched upon is the education of future technicians, expertise in Brazil, and I wanted to find out what is the Brazilian government, Petrobras, or any other entities doing to increase the number of qualified technicians that can handle such mega projects in Brazil today and then going forward 20, 30 years from now? Is it going to come internally? Is it going to come externally from other countries? It seems like an overwhelming project for the current batch of technicians that are currently working on it.
Excellent question.
Well, yeah. I'll go ahead and give it the first shot.
No.
In the energy sector, there's a certain tax that we pay that goes for R&D, that goes to help develop sort of indigenous technological knowledge. What we've actually observed in Brazil, in our sector, is there's a shortage really of like foremen. You need sort of technical schools. And these pool of technical foremen, what's happening, they're being hired away from the different companies. And so this is causing problems. I think it's specified technology areas like shale gas or in the pre-salt. They really need to, I think, make it easier for talent to come in, from the knowledge, for example, in the States and other places to come in and to operate, because you need it immediately and you don't have time to form that knowledge at home. So that definitely is one of the bottlenecks that we're hitting in Brazil. But sort of more specific areas, I think. So there's a short-term need, and then there's a longer-term development.
Yeah, so if I may add something here on education, I think you're right in saying that things that some of the projects are so urgent and you do not have time to form people. So we are paying for mistakes of the past, because definitely there's a shortage of technicians, engineering, and the justification for that, or explanation for that, would be that the previous government had concentrated in universal education, so actually, and had left behind the technical education. So we are really missing that. And I don't know how we're gonna, so the only way to do it right now is to open to, and it's happening. What we are doing in Vieira Neto, bringing working visa from, they have several law firms just doing that, just working with, just assisting specialists to come and work in Brazil. So it is happening.
Yeah, when I look at it, the size of the challenge in front of Petrobras is so large that trying to do it all internally and to grow that internally, the opportunity cost and the delay associated with that is huge. And so I think my own personal view is they should do two things. First is you need partners. So when you can attract foreign partners, you should encourage that competition. You should embrace that, what other people have to offer. And then the other thing you need to do is focus. You need to prioritize. When you're running the largest CapEx program of any company in the world, that should be your priority. And my own personal view is Petrobras is involved in too many things right now. So do they really need to be running the downstream business? Do they need to own the service stations? Do they need to be in, you know, the ethanol business and the petrochemical business when they're also trying to build the largest, you know, again, execute the largest CapEx program in the world? I think you need to set priorities.
Right there. At the third table, right, yeah. You're
Chavez. I have a problem. It's called my incoming email. You see, today I received in the morning an email from YASA that they came out with a study that says by the year 2030 it will be clear that we cannot move towards the maximum of 2 degrees Celsius of increase of temperature of the world. That means climate change is an issue, which means that we will be limited in the use of oil. Now, I heard that the pre-salt is going to produce oil 30 years from now. Are you sure you're going to have a market for the oil by the time you produce it? Now, a different story. I mentioned earlier this very important person called Professor Jose Goldenberg. He was minister in Brazil of about 5 or 7 different topics. In between, he also found time to be the head of the state of Sao Paulo electric company. At that time, he had also Sabesp, which was a company, the Esgoto of the water of the effluents in Sao Paulo. Now, somebody else was minister at the time of transportation, and he wanted to have an experiment of compressed natural gas vehicles in Brazil. But Sao Paulo had no natural gas because the pipeline from Bolivia wasn't built. Now, Jose Goldenberg said, one moment, let's take Sabesp, let them get biogas. I am going to participate with the Sabesp biogas in the national experiment. It was very successful. In the Northeast, they had heaps of babasu nuts they wanted to gasify. All what I'm trying to say, I'm all for gas as an intermediary from the present economy to the economy of the renewables, and that's going to happen. That's going to be part of the solar, wind, et cetera, as a help. But with this possibility, could we rethink where we put the funds? If all of those funds go into a basket that will hatch so much too late for actually being of use.
Okay.
This is a policy question, and I wonder really if you did full consideration of where we're going.
You want to take it? Okay.
Well, I think you raise a number of interesting subjects. I'll go ahead and answer. I mean, we do a number of what you call experiments, and that's really the issue. You know, we produce diesel from algae in Chile. We have actually several of these, sort of municipal dumps where we capture the natural gas and actually produce electricity from them. But it's all a matter of scale and price. And I think that's really the issue. Society has to make the choice of, how much it wants to pay into it. So, right now, most of these are experiments and aren't really, let's say, really can't be successful at an industrial scale. But I agree with you. I mean, there's, I think natural gas is the way to go in terms of intermediate fuel until you get other sources of fuel that maybe, especially in electricity, you need storage. And we're actually the world leader in battery storage, lithium-ion battery storage. But realize that, the maximum capacity you have is 4 hours. So you really don't have an effective way of storing electricity today. So, we're not there yet. And that's one of the problems one has is that with the experiments, people create expectations sometimes that today you really can't fulfill economically. You could do it if you were willing to pay any cost.
But wasn't the ethanol problem in Brazil also started like that? Was a test at some point? My car is ethanol powered in Brazil, and we do have a lot. The cabs in São Paulo, most of them are powered by natural gas.
You can have it.
So it started as a test.
No, everything is, the Wright brothers, Santos Dumont started off as a test. I'm just being realistic when I hear some of the things, what can you do? And you have a problem. I mean, these things can get out of hand. I mean, in the States, you have this huge corn ethanol industry that in terms of physics doesn't really make all that much sense. And if you want to feel good, then go to Germany, and they're making actually ethanol out of wheat. And some of the studies I've seen is it costs you more energy to produce a gallon of ethanol than you burn it afterwards. So I mean, one has to be careful in terms of taking what sounds good, makes you feel good, it doesn't really make scientific sense. And so that's my problem with it. I mean, nobody talks about the fact that agriculture, in the United States, cows, and certainly in Brazil, cows produce more greenhouse gases than the electric power sector. And you really don't see any campaigns other than, I don't know, Chick-fil-A, don't eat beef, and what are we going to do about having so many cows? But greenhouse gas is a greenhouse gas. Wherever it's produced, and it goes up. So sometimes you just see a little bit sort of political, expediency, picking on one source because it's identifiable and it's seen as big business.
I've got to jump in. So, the thing first on oil, if you don't, the key is if you don't make the investment now, then you don't have a choice to make over the next 20 or 30 years because you won't have the production. Brazil is blessed with what could be circa 4 or 5 million barrels of production a year as far as the eye can see, just from pre-salt. But that requires huge capital expenditure. Now, if you don't make it, that's not an option. So in my view, you have to make that investment today because we live in the world we live in today. As it relates to natural gas, my own personal view is it's not a bridge fuel, it's a destination. I think natural gas is the long-term solution personally. We have a tremendous amount of it around the world, and it's not all in difficult to get places, and it's not all in countries with high political risk. Just as, again, as it relates to the pre-salt, when you drill for oil, you often find gas. And you get all the drilling that's happening offshore right now, you have associated gas. Right now they have nothing to do with it. So what do? In the old days you would flare it, now they re-inject it back in the reservoir, really to keep pressure up, but it's because you have nothing else to do with it. Ultimately that gas is going to be captured and it's going to be piped ashore, and it's going to solve your power problem, because the power problem in Brazil, in my view, is the lack of significant thermal capacity, specifically gas-fired power generation. It's the most efficient power source available, and it's those plants, the technology's well established. Those plants can be turned on and off on short notice, and it's exactly what an economy that's driven by hydrology needs. You just need that steady supply of gas, and that's going to come from the pre-salt. And so I think, yes, you can do these other things, but to Andres' point, there's big opportunity cost associated with all these things. If you misallocate capital pursuing something that I would describe as a science project, that has big implications in a developing economy. If that capital had gone to a more productive use, how much better would that country have been? Yes. So anyway, that's the debate. I fall on one side of it, but I'm probably not surprised by that.
As the only Brazilian in the panel, I think I can make the joke that they are to say that it's just our luck. Just only Brazil, when you are talking about not using oil anymore, that's when we find the light. That's our luck. So, let's see.
Right here.
Okay.
I am an intern at the New York Stock Exchange, and I have a question. Would you recommend the retail investor to invest in the Brazil energy sector because from a fundamental and from a technical analysis, the energy sector, the energy sector in Brazil seems very undervalued. And if you would recommend to invest, which one of the energy sectors is the most profitable one, oil or gas or solar?
As a lawyer practicing in the U.S., I'd probably get in trouble giving investment advice, so I got to opt out of that one.
I think the problem from an investor, from a public investor standpoint, is there's a lot of. First of all, you have limited options because so much of it is controlled by a handful of companies. The largest of which is Petrobras. But there's a lot going on in Petrobras when you look at what drives that stock. Certainly, pre-salt and what's happened with the reserves has had a profound impact on that stock. But just yesterday, the company lost 9% of its market cap because the government disappointed in terms of an announcement they made regarding the pullback of fuel subsidies. They didn't pull them back as much as the market expected. So there's a lot of policy embedded in that stock price, which to me makes it tough from an investor standpoint.
The gentleman in the glasses right here.
No, but that's,
right here.
yeah.
Now, more broadly to the issue of public-private partnerships, as mentioned near the beginning. So the example someone mentioned in the UK, I know a few of you did, was where it started. Well, the issue they've been having recently, and especially after Cameron's election, was that the previous governments have collectively run up £230 billion worth of unfunded obligations in terms of these private finance initiatives, these PFIs, where you got the concessionaires getting 2 or 3 times the returns on those initial costs of these design build projects. So the issue is, what safeguards can be implemented in the Brazilian example in order to at least shield the taxpayer from this type of risk when it comes to these these triple Ps?
Yeah, I've heard a lot about what is happening in the UK, and for many years we have been going to UK to learn PPPs, and it has a history of success. And people say, now you don't see that anymore, you'll see other, but my opinion is that it's all a phase of the country itself. So in UK you don't have the needs that you have in Brazil, and you have more capital that is available. So in Brazil you still need the public sector entry as a guarantee of a minimum return, and you need the private sector to actually bring the money. So it is, the moment is favorable to PPPs in Brazil. Safeguards, you won't have something perfect. I think in the stage we are in Brazil right now with the PPPs, some of the projects that could not be built at all without the private sector entering, now they are being built. So that's the good side of it. But you need the guarantee of the government that at least a minimum revenue will be obtained by the project. So in Brazil you have these two kinds of PPPs, what we call administrative, and the other one will be sponsored. And the administrative is that the government is the only source of money to be paid to the PPP. And in the other one, the sponsor, they just guarantee up to a certain level. That eventually could be a problem. And we know in England some roads that have been built and there's no cars passing at all, and the government's paying a toll for ghost cars.
Yeah, and even Virgin, they were able to overturn a concession on one of the rail lines because they contested that competitor's financial projections, that they were too optimistic. So they were actually able to successfully overturn that award. Yeah.
That happens in some cases because the project was not the project that should be subject to a PPP in some cases. But as far as Brazil goes, we are not running that risk right now, maybe in the future. Right now, we really need that structure to make it feasible to build the projects.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your time, and I want to also thank our panelists for a great discussion. This concludes our panel and the conference.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone. If you head upstairs through the lobby to the ballroom, we have to have a one-on-one meeting. You can find that across the hall from the reception. And many thanks to all of our speakers.